Greetings, mortals. And welcome to Arctole fucking around with his camera because he didn't realize that he turned it off.
And it's actually not off, it's just not gonna work because... Did I unplug it and not plug it back in? I think it is plugged back in. Give me a second, I'm gonna need to tinker with my properties a bit. I unplugged it just now, and... It should be plugged in again. Interesting. Did I... Oh wait, no, it's not plugged it back in again. I unplugged it and then didn't plug it back in. I'm an idiot. Where did I put you? I was having troubles earlier. Let's see if I can get it to work now. Alright, there we go. Not perfect because I'm wearing a green shirt, but you know, why would I wear a shirt that's the appropriate color? We're going to put ourselves in the bottom left corner. Is that a good place for E4? It's probably fine. So we are just about to trigger the start of Absolutism. Absolutism is the point where you get the ability to really start expanding willy-nilly. And I've done a bit of tinkering, but I haven't done anything too major since the last stream. So the first thing is that I have realized that I can have my colonial nations declare war on their own without me needing to be involved, which is great. So we now have an extremely powerful Peru, and we have, because they basically conquered all of the Portuguese provinces around here, and we have a very powerful Mexico. Mexico, I basically just went crazy and conquered everything all at once and dealt with all the rebels and just beat them up. I have also gotten the trade situation a little bit under control. I have taken control of this province from Genoa, and in the process, I actually decided to go ahead and take Corsica. So I now have Corsica as a core province. I've actually even stated it because I think that it'll be valuable eventually. So we've stated up Corsica. I'm actually just going to increase that thing here for now. Let's see. What else has been going on? Not too much. We've gotten the names for all of the places that we currently have. Spain and Britain got into a fight, and I decided not to engage because my Diplotech was really far behind and I wasn't comfortable going in. Once we reach the next rank of Diplotech, we're going to upgrade all of our ships, and that's when things are going to start getting really crazy, because that's the point where we're going to start building a full fleet, just a full-fledged fleet to go wipe out whoever we need to wipe out. And let's see, what else is going on? So let's take a look. Portuguese Colombia. Portuguese Colombia has 9,000 troops. And so does our Colombia. We don't. None of our colonial nations have allied each other, so I'm a little concerned, honestly, about having them pick this fight. I guess I can just look at the troop quality comparison and see if that's going to be in my favor. That is 5.13 morale. Jesus. That is a lot of morale. So probably not. What did I call you? Tapu. Yeah, no. We do not want this fight to start. This fight over here, we're fine with. These guys had a rank 13 military at the start, which means that, and versus 15. Oh, sorry, 16 here. So huge difference in terms of troop quality. They had similar numbers, but we're fine. Up here, however, Spain has basically no troops, and they have the same kind of a military as we do. I think, let's take a look just to make sure. So New Spain only has 3.66 morale. There's no way that my colonial nation is worse than that. Unless they're bankrupt. Yeah. they're about evil. It's evil. They're about equal in all these other ways. So we are going to go ahead and have Mutal Solom Totem go into a nice little war with. I don't have any claims. Okay then, so apparently I don't have any claims, so I can't go in there yet. That's fine. I'll deal with that later. Did I ever send you your subsidies? Okay, I do give you subsidies. I'm giving you subsidies. I do not have Florida subsidized. Wait, no, this is the wrong country. There we go. You are subsidized. Good. I'm like, wait, Florida? No, I'm not Spain. Let's see here. And we have some separatists, rebels spawning in somewhere. And all of these are just subject rebels that I should be able to not worry about too much. And let's see. We have recall, we have recall, we have recall, which means that we're probably ready to do some more work. So, Spain was getting a little out of control in terms of money for a while. They had about 40 here, but we have managed to deal with that problem by moving our merchants around a bit and changing up the situation. We need to take control of this Panama node because too much of this money is being sent forward. I want all this money to be staying here because right now all this money is being plowed into Sevilla. So one of the things that I want to accomplish is I need to get Colombia big enough to start fighting the other nations nearby. So unfortunately, there's not a lot of really good territory around here, but there's a little bit. And that's all good. So, next on the list, we have that core that needs to happen. I should have actually done some thinking before I started this up. We're about to hit 1500. We are going to trigger global trade. There's no way on earth that we don't trigger global trade ourselves. There's no way that Spain is going to catch up. We are absolutely going to do it. We'll get an extra merchant when we embrace it, which is great. And we shall be set. Manufactories, we have the potential to also get. So basically, we just need to make sure that we have a thing here. And let's see here. But you can't actually guarantee you get manufactories. That's not something that's reliable. So I should actually probably start pumping production over here because I have a lot of provinces that have so much production. So let's go ahead and do this in all of those provinces that have really massive numbers here. And that should be useful. What else do we want to do? Do we have anything else to do? All right. So our current goal is we've got our states up to about the apex of our power. We're currently... oh, never mind, we're not. We need to start conquering a bunch of territory nearby or annexing vassals nearby. I think what we're going to try to do first is going to try to annex some of these vassals. So I'm improving relations with Siena because I want to get a vassal up here. I was originally doing it over here with Lucca, but Lucca somehow got eaten. I thought that I had allied Lucca, but I must not have. So mistakes were made. So basically what I'm going to be trying to do here is just sort of diplo annex some of these places up here because I should be able to vassalize a good number of these people. Is Ferrara who I'm working on? I'm working on Siena. So we're working on Siena right now. We can offer vassalization whenever we want. I'm going to go ahead and actually offer the alliance now before I forget, I think. Do you have any cores? It'd be nice to get Florence. But yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're just going to diplo-vassalize Siena. This is 25 development that I can basically just get for free in terms of aggressive expansion and stuff like that. So I might as well do that. And let's take a look here. Siena is in the Genoa trade node. It's not a center of trade, which is too bad. But that's fine. And it is part of this node here. That's good to know. Okay, so who do we go to war with? That's, I think, the primary question that we have right now. First of all, where is our Asian fleet? I didn't create a fleet that I'm calling the so this is trade. This is my Bengal trade fleet. This is, I did not actually finish renaming that. Bengal trade. This is the, do I want this to just be the European fleet? Do I have other stuff that I'm going to want to do here in Europe in terms of warfare? Does province have provinces that I can feed off of? So province is an elector in the Holy Roman Empire, so I can't get them because of that. Montferrat is pretty close to being a yes. Milan is close to being a yes. I just need to be closer to them. Mantua is already a yes. So I think I'm going to do something similar to what I've done in the past when I'm playing as Byzantium in places like that, which is I'm actually just going to start vassalizing people here and just sort of integrating them over time. These are trade nodes that I'm going to want to take for myself eventually, so we might as well. Let's see here. We don't have a core in Hormuz. That's fine. We still have $1,200 to spend on stuff. Unfortunately, Great Britain did not lose any of its homeland territories to Lubeck. Is interesting. But we should be able. So Newfoundland has how much of a? Newfoundland has a reasonably good military in terms of quality, and they have their force built up fully. They're not in a weak position right now. So the Knickknack have peace treaty. Is Lenape one of these? I should probably. So Micmac and Susku. So this looks like I'm going to be running into a fight with several entities over here. So I think what I'm going to do is this European army is actually going to become the North American army. Pasai just left the military coalition. That's useful. Pasai is now in the middle of a war. We do not have any claims on them yet. And, oh right, I need to get... Do I want to just integrate you? I might just integrate these guys. So let's see here. We're 6 out of 6. We need to do a few things. So we're already pumping you. We're going to go ahead and stop our relations improvement with the both of these because we have too many actual subjects now for it to be reasonable to try and keep up all of them at the same time. So we are going to start pumping Pegu. So Pegu, we are going to just send a nice gift rather than do a long-standing thing. And you, we are going to need to start improving relations with so that we can annex you later. Okay. And we are about to hit the year 1600, at which point we can hit global trade. And there we go. So global trade pops. We get it because we are guaranteed to. Let's see here. We get plus 10 local trade power, which is pretty nice. Or 10% actually. And there we go. We can go ahead and core Hormuz, and we can start annexing you on the 14th. So you are at war with Tugort. I want to keep an eye on this situation down here. And so you don't have anybody to declare war on. That's most unfortunate. Portugal is chilling here, and that's fine. What else are we looking at here? I think we're fine other than that. Oh, right. Did we want to declare war on you? We did. So we're going to go ahead and declare on Benin. And take control of Wari. Because that will actually help us out considerably. And how else are we doing things? How long before we can attack one of you folks? As soon as I vassalize Patani, I should get the permanent claims everywhere over here. So, I guess I don't need the permanent claims, though, now that I think about it. Wait, Johor lost all their cores? God damn it. Well, I guess reforming Johor was basically useless. Oh well. That is too bad. Let's see. Anything else that I need to do? So my goal right now is fundamentally to weaken Portugal and Spain so that I can take complete control of the New World, as well as to basically just get myself... that's a lot of separatists, actually. For such a tiny nation to deal with, that's a lot of separatists. So, what was I saying? So we need to take out Britain. If we're doing the other stuff, basically what I'm looking for is just a good transition. I should have actually gone through this a little bit before we started. It's now the year 1600. The Age of Absolutism will start in 10 years, is it? Yes, in 10 years. So in 10 years, the Age of Absolutism will start. We currently have 2,300 development and power, for that matter. And we are pretty comfortably, I think, the richest country in the world. We've secured some of the important things that we need to secure. Namely, we have secured basically complete control over our trade. So we have some of this trade getting eaten up by a couple of minor nations here that I'm actually going to deal with now that I think about it. That's a good thing to remember exists. So I'm going to first... is this all kill one? No. Alright. So we're actually just going to build spy networks in both of these, I think, and call it a day. So, oh wait, I forgot to start the annexation process. So, you know what? We're going to stop relations improvement with Idar for now. We'll start that up later. And for now, we are going to... Oh, great. That sound is coming back again. No. I forgot to actually unplug my thing. My computer. I have this weird bug that is caused by arcane trickery, as far as I can tell. Like, none of the actual devices that I have, that's... Actually, I can just turn that notification sound off now that I think about it. I just need to figure out how to do it. So... Wait, is Congo colonizing? Oh, they're colonizing. That's great. I didn't realize that Congo was going to colonize. It makes my life a lot easier. Okay, so what's next? Are we going to vassal annex you? I think so, yes. So, Pegu. We cannot ask you to do this while we're at war. I should not have started this war until I started the annexation process. Mistakes were made. Fine. I changed my mind. We're going back to Dar. So, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. I am nothing if not extremely sloppy. Okay. That is a 92%. Lovely. And what else is going on? So these guys are popping up north. They'll handle that problem. And we should be able to very comfortably fight against pretty much anyone in the world right now. And that's my estimation anyway. Things are going pretty good, Devil Dog. We, at some point, are going to have to deal with the Ottomans, who are probably going to keep growing. But by the time we're dealing with the Ottomans, I suspect that we're going to be so ridiculously out of control that there's really not much they're going to be able to do. We're basically going to start eating Iberia pretty rapidly. And, yeah. So, should be interesting to see. But I think that we're going to have a pretty easy time with the rest of this run. I think that this would be a really good starting point for a... let's give me a second. I need to turn off my notifications. So... because that's going to be annoying for the whole stream. So... Sorry, I thought that this problem was fixed, and it's not. So it's just some nuisance problem that my motherboard is running into. So I just need to turn off the... Okay. No. How do I turn off system notifications? It's not letting me touch these. Oh well. Alright, that might have just done it. I turned off notifications from apps and other senders. I would assume that that does not include the system itself, but who knows? I could be wrong. I have been known to be wrong in the past. Let's see. So this is a tiny bit of aggressive expansion, and that's the only province they have that's... Oh, never mind. Ondo is also in this trade node. I should have gotten a claim on that. Okay, so we're going to take these two provinces. I think that we're just going to fight to get the last bits of war score that we need. This should drop their war enthusiasm a lot faster than trying to carpet siege them will. So... that said, let's take a look at Ghana. They only have a rank 10 military, so this should go very smoothly for me, would be my guess. So, let's take a look at how it goes. We have a colonist who is not here. Did we lose control of a colony? I guess I just look at my colonial maintenance. I have 3 colonies, apparently. So since I have 3 colonies, that means that we also need to get. I'm just gonna send a colonist up here quick. Let's see. These have rank 13. You're rank 13. Am I? You know what? I'm gonna just do this. I think this is easier than. And because I am lazy, I'm actually going to do it this way. I'm just going to declare war here. I'll only have to fight them in Powhatan, and that probably is an army that I can handle. I won't have to worry about the co-belligerent being called in. I unfortunately will still have to deal with a diplomatic penalty for taking provinces that are not from anyone who's a co-belligerent, I think. I don't think that you can just attack people willy-nilly without setting them as co-belligerents, even if they are natives. So, let's see here. The casus belli against... Any casus belli against natives is way stronger than the casus bellis that you would have against anyone from the old world. But it's not that amazing. So we're going to go ahead and just send someone to collect trade here. Reason we're going to do that is because right now we're basically stealing trade. We're like stealing trade from our own like colonial area, and it's not a good look. Well, we're not actually. I mean, yes, we are, because they would have twice as much trade if not for the fact that I'm there. Basically, I'm taking half of their trade value, but then I don't have anywhere to steer it. So since I don't have anywhere to steer it because I'm not downhill, I will need to work on that. So if we take control of like the Sevilla node, for instance, or better yet, I guess we don't really have a lot of interest in going after Spain. From a practical perspective, Spain is going to be under control without us having to do much of anything. We're going to take them under control pretty quick. So we're going to go ahead and take these. And we will go ahead and core them up and add them to the trade company. Actually, the way that I'm going to do this, just in case there's something else that I've forgotten here, is do it this way. There we go. And that is still making noise, so screw you, Windows, for making it so damn difficult for me to fix your stupid bugs. Okay, so at some point I'm going to need to vassalize someone over here and use them to basically conquer everyone else in the region, because I'm not going to want to take this territory myself. I'm going to want to use a for it. I might just use and that's probably the best strategy, is to honestly just use a client state for it. So I'll probably just use a client state and not worry about it too much. Do I want to do the same with Congo, actually? Maybe. Let's try 42 here. We've only got 63% here. Let's see. What does an uptime command typically do in this context? Okay, it looks like these guys should be able to handle this. I'm going to set everybody to no focus because they're not handling their shit very well, I don't think. Like, these two are together, but they're not linked together, and because they're not linked, they are not doing what they should be. Okay. It's amazing. So, how quickly does this spread? Holy shit. Well, that's gonna spread like wildfire everywhere in the world. Yeah. Yeah. Global trade is gonna spread globally very quickly. Imagine that. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, so from now on, securing this kind of stuff should be. Oh, stream's only been live for 30 minutes. I just started up. I actually haven't gotten back into the swing of the run yet. So soon. You don't have any allies? Britain has literally no allies. I need to get a Cassius Belli on Newfoundland. If I can get a Cassius Belli on Newfoundland, which I guess I could just fabricate myself. I'll do that after I finish with these guys. I also started another war that I didn't need to start. Oh, right. I was intending to send you guys over, and I forgot to. Whoopsies. I was like, shouldn't this be easier? Oh, right. Herp and also derp. Okay, so. So this is the American fleet. Let's go ahead and put the American fleet back in the Americas and the American Army back in the Americas. Oh, wow. Look at that. Hot diggity. Well, that war went really well. Yahoo. So, we've substantially weakened Brazil here. We are, I think, collecting trade, so we just cut that out. Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to be streaming for probably a pretty considerable amount of time today. I've got some stuff that I want to do in the stream, and yeah, I just started. So I'll probably be up for another couple hours at least. I live in Singapore, so my stream schedules... I typically stream in the morning because that's when, like, sort of prime time for people. But the last month, I haven't been able to be awake at that time. So I've just been up, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And that's, the middle of the night for people in America. Let's see. And early morning for Europe. Ooh, I like that. Let's see. Did you just dismantle your army? No, you didn't. You're just building more. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Let's see. Do I want to reduce the Brahmins' influence to 0? I think I do. I'm just going to get the Brahmins down to 0 influence because it'll be funny. So, the Brahmins no longer have any influence in my nation, I think. Is that correct? Yep. So they're disloyal, but despite the fact that they're disloyal, it doesn't actually matter because they are sitting at 0 influence. Cool beans. I can get diplomatic support, so let's go ahead and get that to go. Boom. And do I want a military tech thing next? Or do I want something like economy? Yeah, I love being in Singapore. Being in Singapore has been really nice for me. It's a very different, kind of country. Being in a city-state, it's very different. The whole dynamics for pretty much all the things. Play out very differently here. I'm really, really tempted to get these two in a fight. Oh, you know what I can do, though? No, I can't, because I still need to finish this war. Okay. Finish the war that you're in, so that you can have your minions declare their own wars, then start declaring new wars. That's the strategy. That's what we're going to go with. So these guys are actually locked in, for some reason. We're going to go ahead and send the proper general, or conquistador as the case may be. And we are going to chill here for a bit until this goes the way we want. So once the Age of Absolutism pops, it's going to be very useful that we have all of this like legitimacy penalty. And the other thing that I need to do, I need to remember to do this. The other thing that I like to use parliaments. I really like parliaments. I think that they're like very useful. And a lot of people don't like Parliament, particularly because if you give parliamentary seats out when you're in the Age of Absolutism, then you are going to be reducing your absolutism, right? Every time you give a seat in Parliament to somebody, you're basically dropping your absolutism. So the key is, the thing that I like to do is I like to, before the Age of Absolutism pops, I like to just pop myself up to basically give every single province that is actually part of my states a seat in Parliament. I like just to go full on democracy because it gives a 10% bonus to production efficiency, tax modifier, and manpower, and of course sailors, which isn't that important. I don't usually have a big enough navy. At a certain point, you're going to not need all of that stuff. But anyway, so I like to do that because... Oh, why can't I... Oh, right, I can't give a seat in Parliament to the places that have estates. But what this does is it gives me a nice passive bonus. And in addition, there are a lot of like effects that can result in you get it. Like there's parliamentary effects that can increase autonomy and things like that when you're trying to bribe people. Or, as an example, reduce your legitimacy by 2. So it allows you to do things to get yourself a lot of authoritarianism very quick by doing something a little bit corrupt and then make up for it with military power and doing other similar things. So this isn't going to have a huge impact, I don't think, on my overall income. But I think it should be a reasonably sizable one. So we'll see how big of an effect this has. If I get all the folks seats in Parliament. The problem, of course, is it's a lot of micro when you do it. But the key is that Parliament never needs to be larger than 30 seats. So, since you don't need more than 30 seats in Parliament at any point, what you're basically looking at is once you've done this right before the Age of Absolutism pops, you never have to worry about giving up more provinces to Parliament ever again, which is great. As for where I am from, I'm originally from Florida. I've spent time in various places in the United States. I spent a little bit of time in the Bahamas when I was a kid as well. And I spent a few months in Japan, but that was more of a visit than it was living, even though I did live there for like 3 months. I was basically studying Japanese while I was there, which was an interesting and nice experience, and I'm glad that I did it. But I should have tried harder to get a better grasp of Japanese before I went, because I would have gotten more out of it. I also should not have stayed with a host family. I should have stayed with in the dorm, because staying with the host family, I ended up staying pretty much just with the host mother, who did not actually speak very much English. at all and did not understand why I didn't speak Japanese, considering I was there to study Japanese. So she presumably thought that I was going to come with more of a built-in knowledge than I did, which was a problem. So it'll be hit or miss if you do that, as opposed to doing it the dorm. Whereas if you're in the dorm, you don't get quite as unique an experience that way. But at the same time, you're going to be around other people who are in the same position as you. They're going to be studying as well, and so it turns out that they will probably make better study buddies than some random Japanese auntie. Just weirdly enough, people who are actually studying are pretty useful for studying. Let's see, so we can stop doing this. Did I actually want to bring those guys back and take over Kilwa's territory first? Do I have anything else that I really need that army doing over here? Where'd you go? American fleet didn't go anywhere because I didn't actually tell them where to go yet. You guys are in the boat. We are going to send you guys over here. It turns out that they're not actually the American fleet, they're the African fleet. And also it turns out that naming your fleets makes it so much easier to find them all. Who would have thought? All right, these guys seem to have actually done their job, which is great. I can start doing this. There's no unrest over there on the east side, so I'm not going to worry about that for now. And anything else that I need right this second? Not right now. At some point, I'm going to need to conquer Spanish Louisiana. At some point, I'm going to need some claims on Newfoundland. I guess I could if I want, and I guess I don't have any reason not to. It's not like I want to get better diplo relations with any of these people. We're going to go ahead and just set all their shit as provinces of interest so that we get the possibility of claims. I mean, we have the possibility of claims anyway, but it probably increases the chance. Yeah, Ndongo, I'm sure, totally meant to send that. One thing that's fun is that when you get these diplomatic insults, it's easy to think that the AI is just sending you insults randomly. And sometimes they are legitimately sending you an insult. But typically, it's not actually an insult being sent. It's actually like an event that is forcing them to send an insult, which is not a great event to have happen when you're giving casus belli to like this world-spanning empire, and you are Ndongo, right? Like, that is never a good way to be. So let's see here. So we actually have a claim on Newfoundland now. We just got the ability, if we want, to go all in. So interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna have to spend 8 whole diplo power on this. It's ridiculous. We do not have a claim here. And these guys should deal with their own rebels. And wow, that is very little admin power. Alright, so we're set up there. And we're not quite caught up technologically, but we should be soon. And there we go. We are now ready to send this. Yahoo. And I think we're actually going to go after England directly. So let me take a look. We do need to get control. They have 55,000 troops. And they have 12 heavies. Okay, we're going to upgrade these ships first. And I need to build the flagship, since I still do not have a flagship. And it's going to be a heavy ship with... We're going to take this, because I think that this is a useful thing to have. This is pretty useful, and this is pretty useful. This will give us basically one extra thing. But engagement with +3, and that's going to then be multiplied by other things as well. Because having 50% more cannons is fine. It's all well and good. But is that better than having an entire extra Carrack? Probably not, right? The trade power per ship and fleet. Do I want this to just be a full-on... Because fleet movement speed +1 is pretty useful as well. Blockade impact on siege is actually really... Ooh, there's so many good ones. Okay. You know what? I think I'm going to go with cannons. And... I don't need hull sheathing, I don't think. This is going to be a really durable ship to begin with. I think I'm going to get... mortars... And I think I want the movement speed. Where did it go? Fleet movement. The mortars are very powerful. I think all these are very powerful effects. So, I'm gonna go ahead and build this. And let's see, what is our current money outlet? Not a ton, really. Alright, so we're going to recall this person. And I think that we're going to be taking control of Newfoundland kind of manually, so... I guess I will take this province. This is part of colonial Colombia. And it looks like I gave... Oh, they're colonizing their way south. Oh, they're going aggro with it. I see how it is. They're actually taking up territory that belongs in the other node. So, sneaky weakening colonial Colombia here. I see how it is. I do not want them to get too big themselves, so I do want colonial Colombia to be able to have their business. Okay, we've got... You guys chilling on a rank 15 military. You guys rank 16. So we needed somebody to declare war on somebody, right? Yes. So do you have a claim yet? Why don't you have a claim on Quito? What is wrong with you people? Just make a claim. Okay, so you guys... Marakata Topu. We're going to take control of this province. Is this gold? No, it's silk. No, that's not silk. Sorry, that's cloth. What else do we need? Okay, so now we've got one of our colonial nations doing a little bit of work over there. We do not have a claim here yet, and we have a truce here for 10 more years, it looks like. Rio de Prata is not going to be a feasible target for us right this second. That is a lot of like reasonable production provinces in a very small area. So that's good to know. We need to get into colonial Louisiana at some point. And how are you doing? We have a truce with you for 3 years. So I think we have a couple of options. We can either go after England right this second, or we can wait a little bit. First of all, haha! I actually remembered to do the thing. It's a miracle. We only have one more tech to get, I think. So, do I want to go down there, or do I want to go after somebody up north first? We're getting 1.5% per month, and we've got. Oh, did we finish pumping Sienna? Oh, good. Sienna did not, in fact, get just like obliterated by someone while I wasn't paying attention. That's very useful. So we're going to send some stuff out to get this place as a vassal. This is what we needed. We need to take control of both these. So basically, Kilwa has way more money than they should because I'm actually using this as my central hub for my money. And that's a big problem. I mean, it's not a big problem, but it's a lot of money that's going out to them that doesn't need to be. And Malindi is a vassal of the Ottomans now. That is very interesting. So that actually protects them from being annexed by me unless I want to go after the Ottomans in a fight. Do I want to start expanding up here? I think I should. Oh, you're allied with the Ottomans. Oman has no allies. I think I'm just going to declare this. I'm not going to declare it yet. I'm going to wait. Alright, so we're going to start taking control of the Hormuz node, I guess. Just a little bit. We need to expand Yas out, and so we might as well get that done. The other thing we need to do is we can keep expanding Idar. You're allied with Malwa. Malwa is allied with Baluchistan. They're allied with just each other. So if I declare on these guys, we have Idar claims for like half of the shit. It looks like Jaunpur is getting eaten. Let's take a look. What provinces do we still need to form Bharat? We have one province that we need to take from the Timurids. We have a province to take from Delhi. We have a province to take from Baluchistan, and it's very close by. We've already taken these, so we just need to annex them. And we just need to take a little bit more out of Malwa. We need, looks like, a couple wars worth to get to where we need to be there. So, Jaunpur, I'm sure we have things for, right? We have some of your cores. There's no way we're going to vassalize you, right? Yeah. So, we're not going to be able to vassalize the... Hello? I can vassalize you. All right, we're going to start improving our relations with them. It doesn't look like that's going to be too useful for me, though. How much? This is a tiny nation, actually. It doesn't save me a lot of aggressive expansion to do it that way. So, Sienna. Let's... military access. And now we can just give them a little bit of influence and a bribe, and that will be sufficient to accomplish our objectives. That is not optimal. Move you out of here. Okay. And this is who? Zanzibar. Wait, what? No, not. Okay, that was weird. I don't know what happened over here. Okay, our truce with Malacca is over. And we unfortunately do not have Casus Belli because we lost... Johor decided to be useless. So we can declare on Kedah if we want, but we don't need to. So I guess we have a lot of people that we're currently working on vassalizing. We should probably vassalize Patani first. I mean, we were vassalizing Siena first, obviously, because they're the ones who we have already used as a slot. But that's more enough. So then we're going to influence, and then we will be set. That's not great. You guys suck at this. So we got 100% war score here now. We can go ahead and send the diplomat out. Let's see. Oh, that's not good. Did not realize that that was going to do that. So the Ottomans have secured a little bit of the control of this trade node, but it shouldn't be a huge problem. It's a minor nuisance. What else are we gonna do? Anything? Wait 2 days. We are now no longer going to be at war. We're gonna core you. And we're going to go to this trade node. Do this. I'm actually going to do this on all of Africa just in case. Take a look. Oh, that's the wrong place. Okay. Yep, we're all set. So we're collecting currently, because we have a good portion of the trade power here. We're collecting 20. So we're actually collecting more than, technically speaking, the place even has. And we just finished a colony, which means that we should be getting a colonist back, question mark? No, looks like we already sent the next colonist out. Okay, we are no longer at war. We are ready to move on. I wish that aggressive would make them actively, like, try to murder enemy combatants, because it's very strange that that's not what they do. There's no way to tell them, no, seriously, go fight the enemy. Because right now, they're just going to wander around for no apparent reason. Like, look at this. This is just horrendous. Wait, Muisca is... Oh, they're allied with Quito. Ooh. That explains a lot, actually. Okay, I guess I need to get involved here, then. I didn't realize that Muisca was allied to them, because that actually makes my life a lot easier. I could have just declared in a much easier fashion. So how is this war going for our ally? Currently at +6. Do I want to interfere? Okay, well that's a problem. Okay. I mean, I can't actually get involved there, so I made a mistake by not realizing that this was going to be a thing. So I actually need to fabricate a claim over here so that I can declare war. I guess. Because I don't think I can declare... Like, I don't have... Oh, I do. Oh, was I trying to declare war in my own province or something? Alright, we're going to go ahead and declare ourselves, because this war is not going great. And I just realized that I can just set Muisca as a co-belligerent and we can annex all of this at once, which is something that I was intending to do earlier, but then I didn't because I was like, oh no, what if it all goes wrong? So where's my American fleet? Is that you? Yes, it is. All right, so you guys are going to pop over here. We're going to increase the autonomy here. And we are going to send you guys to go help out over here because we need to basically annex both of these nations simultaneously. That is our current agenda. And how are things over here? Wait, are you guys actually going to help out? No, you're just standing there. Okay. I was absolutely shocked for a second there. Oh, hey! You're actually going to go attack. That's great. Get wrecked. So these guys have retreated back. Hajipur. Okay. That's fine. Go ahead and get diplomatic insult casusfully. Interestingly enough, there's two separate wars going on right now. I don't know where Arcot is, but how are we doing? Are we even remotely prepped for the transition to absolutism? Not especially, no. That's fine, though. Oh, right. I guess I don't even need to get involved over here, do I? Because I just brought this massive army to bear here. So, and these guys are helping out, too. Everybody's involved now. Look at that. Everybody's so friendly. For a given definition of friendly. I now have... let's see. Missionaries and missionary strength, global tariffs, diplo annexation cost reduction is nice. So we now have the ability, should we choose to basically pump up a lot of different things, which can all be used to further increase our absolutism once we hit the age of absolutism in 7 years. I don't think that the debate in Parliament will end until at least like 10 years have gone by or something like that, if I just leave it like this. But I could be wrong. I don't actually know the details on how long it takes. We're at 18% over here now. I'm going to start doing Idar as soon as we're out of this war, I think. How are we doing with you? Okay. I'm going to stop relations improvement. I don't think I need it. So, we now need to figure out what we're going to do over here. We've got so much money coming in. So, we've now reached a new rank of Navy. So, I'm thinking 20 Carracks. Should be sufficient for me to feel comfortable going up against England. I have more than enough transports already. So since I have more than enough transports already, I feel like it should be not too difficult to handle some of this stuff. So how is Spain doing? They're still sitting at 36. And once we've taken out Britain, I think we'll be in good shape. Unfortunately, we've got two different parallel wars going on right now over here. It's not a huge problem, but it's not really the optimal way to be handling this. I think I want to stop these guys from expanding further south. I'm gonna basically lock these guys in because they're getting out of control. So we're going to go here first. I basically want to just send colonists to all of these places in a row, if I can, just to make sure that I've got things going right. Fading Kasu's bleed, don't really care. Our army is here. Yay! We have such a massive army over here. Jesus. Alright, so my thinking is that once we start fighting the colonial nations, we're going to get a ton of just free war score every time. Because every time we go to war with one of these places, basically our vassals, our colonial nations, are just going to go around wrecking the Americas and taking control of all of that territory. So it should be reasonably easy. Either that, or alternatively, Spain will not help Portugal? Do we need to do this right now? I think we need to do this right now. Now's the time. So let's take a look at Portugal. Portugal is a reasonably large nation, but 600 development is not a... So Portugal has 40,000 troops of its own. I'm gonna... Do I want to wait for these Carracks? If I wait for the Carracks, there's the possibility... Spain is not currently at war. I think now is the time. We're going to declare on Portugal. It's going to be... Nope. Will they actually join or will they not? I am very curious about this. Is their opinion of Portuguese Colombia really the relevant factor? Because they're allied to Portugal, not to Portuguese Colombia. Best way to improve a relation from neutral to friendly is basically just to improve their whatchamacallit with you, their relations with you generally. But in addition to that, is preferable to be able to get their strategic interests aligned with yours. So if, as an example, you're looking to get a rival of some big nation near you to ally you, you can set your relationship with their rival. Either you can set them as a rival as well, or alternatively, you can set yourself as, if you're too small for that, you can set them as threatened. And if you set yourself as threatened, it'll actually give you a bonus to the way that their enemies think of you, because they think it's in their interest to help you. So yeah. Basically, improve your relations and try to ensure that your interests are aligned in terms of your diplomatic stuff. So if you don't know how to do that, I can actually just show on here. That's not the right screen. If you go to diplomatic feedback, you can manage your attitude. So you can set the country that you're trying to become friendly with as friendly, which certainly helps. And you can set your opinion of their enemies as either hostile or threatened, which is useful for the other aspect. Let's see. So we're getting that integrated. You have to wait until we finish this war to get out of business. Or we still have a truce with you, right? Yep. One more year of truce with you. Pueblo is still so far away. This colonial nation has not formed yet. Once this colonial nation forms, though, we can start expanding out here because I should be able to get colonial California in a pretty good position pretty quick. Anything else that I need? Ooh, that's a good province. Alright, so it looks like we're going to have rebels there eventually. Things continue as they are. Do not have a claim on you yet. And do I even want... I don't even know that I want to necessarily go after Portugal right now. Portugal isn't really that relevant to my interests, and it's a much harder fight than the fight against Britain. Britain is completely isolated right now. So, have I built this Carrack fleet yet? No. So once this fleet of Carracks is built, I think I'm going to send them along with my other business. So I can just take all of this if I want. It's a lot of aggressive expansion. With basically only people that I don't have to care about. So let's do this immediately. We'll piece them out of the war. That deals with that problem. And then we have this province to take. And there we go. So, now we have this. This is a 10 development province? Wow. Okay, cool. And we're going to wait for a couple of months to get our stuff going back. But they're like fully sieged, so they should have like 100% war score now. I would think. Yeah, they're at 99% war score, so that should result. Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't just take that territory, even though they could have probably. It's fine. So we just lost the colonial Casus against Portugal because colonial blah 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 Portuguese etc. now exists. So let me take a look at colonial region. They are solidly in the California region. So how much do you have right now? I'm giving you subsidies still, right? Yes. So where is your military? Can I just look at my people here? Yes, so they have 5 troops. They only have 5. That's not very many. So I think I'm going to wait before I send them off to do an attack on their own. Especially because we don't want a fait accompli. You're at 100% war score. Just piece them out, man. Okay, I am no longer at war, which means that I can do whatever I want. Let's see. Do we want to start annexing? Yes, we do. So we're going to start annexing Idar now. I want to get some of these vassals integrated so that I can make better usage of my total number of states and try to get other entities bigger. So this is at 36%. Patani, we have a lot of aggressive expansion, unfortunately. So this is 75 on its own. I'm going to start improving my relations with them again. I like this. I like this a lot. So we're going to get a substantially more expensive person, but a substantially more expensive person who's going to give us a lot of military power, which can be turned into the other stuff soon. So, I don't know who Melindy is, but I don't really care. All right. Next, 63%. Do we want to start declaring wars over here? I think we do. Which means I need to figure out what fleet I'm supposed to have over here. Where's my Asian fleet? This fleet is the unnamed European fleet, I guess. It's the American fleet. Did I not build a... I guess I only have two. For some reason I thought I had 3 groups of transports. So, are we going to go for the next piece of the achievement, which is London? Or are we going to... I'm trying to remember what I'm looking for. Sick pun. Seek pun? Apparently, the last time I did a world conquest was before this was added. Let's see. Ditto for this. It's been a long time, actually. The last time I did a full world conquest and actually finished it was... Oh, maybe it's not showing up because I'm not... But that doesn't make much sense. What was it called again? The sun never sets. Oh, it's right here. So, I need to control Hong Kong and Ottawa. So, is my fleet done? Okay, fleet is not complete yet, which means that we are going to pop this and do we want to declare in Malacca? We don't have a claim yet. And why don't we have any claims? My beautiful vassal here does not seem to be doing what I want them to be doing. So we're building 20 of those. Let's build... Do I want to build 30 transports, though? I think I do. So we're going to build a bunch of transports. And where are we going to build them? We'd have to build them after the carrot's already done. So I guess I'll do it anyway. I'll get them queued. And then we are going to go over here and say, hey, how's it going? We don't need you here yet. We'll need you here once we start the war against Britain, which is going to be soon. But for now, we're going to wait on it. We're going to wait on this war until a little bit later. For now, we're coming over to here. I guess I could have just gotten military access through Lanzhang, but that's fine. Oh, right, we had to go to war with Oman. We have all these people that we have over here that we haven't actually started the annexation of. And we also need to take all this stuff from Baluchistan if we want to make use of all these claims that we have. Do I want to make use of all these claims? Let's see. We need to take one province from them at the very least. We need this province. And so that means that we're just going to expand out. We're just going to take control of all of our claims there. We're going to take all of our claims from Malwa. We're going to do this war The independence is guaranteed by the Timurids. That could actually be useful to me. It would be nice if you could spend that on something else once you've gotten all the things that you have any desire for. So we're gonna finish building this spy network because we need to spend enough time to get all of these troops up here anyway. Because how are you doing, Timurids? The Timurids have over 100,000 troops, and they have a modern military. So they actually might be someone that I don't want to get into a fight with. Now that I think about it. I can get into a fight with Malwa by not setting them as co-belligerent, and then just take the provinces that I need from them. The problem is that this is really far in. So that would be taking a shit ton of territory without any real claim to it. When do I get? It's 24, I think, is when I get access to the crazy things. We get admin efficiency next. Ooh, that's gonna be really useful. I like admin efficiency. Alright, so what do we need here? How is our economy? That's not too expensive to get rid of. I think we're gonna get... I think we are gonna take this person, and... do we want to upgrade them twice? Yes. There's not really a lot of reason to not have really good leaders now. 46% here. We have our claim ready. So we can get a claim on Perak if we want. It occurs to me that I actually don't have... See, I gave this province away, and I forgot that if you do that, it gets rid of your thingamabobber. So it was a silly idea. Okay, we have a lot of money going out to colony maintenance right now, because we've got more colonies than we can afford, and we have another trader. So, where are you gonna go, friend? I have 82% of the control of trade here now. Who else has trade power here? Am I collecting? Yes, I'm collecting here. I don't want 18% of my trade sifting out. Right now, I have effectively 100% power here. Melindia is taking a little bit, but the Ottomans have some of this power as well. So, where do I not have a trader? That's the question. I guess I don't have one. I don't have one in Burma. And so I guess we'll just transfer trade power in Burma because it'll increase the value of the incoming trade. We need some province that these guys have. No, actually I don't. I don't even need that. I need a province from Delhi. Alright. So our ships are going to start arriving now. This is the massive Carrack fleet that we were building just now. And I think before we go after more expansion in the west, I think I'm going to start just getting some claims over here and expanding in my section of the world. So, because like I should have started annexing people earlier. I wasn't running into problems, and I should have done Idar and Pegu much earlier than I actually started doing it. The power that I was getting from them is not terribly relevant. Where's my fleet? Yeah, these guys take so damn long. I need to have a transport fleet over here so that I don't have to keep moving troops all the way from America. It's ridiculous. I also need a full army here. I'll build another army once... I guess I don't need to build another army. Yeah, I just need the transports, because I've got plenty of troops here. Alright, it's just that here is a relative term. So, we can declare war on Oman now. Before we declare war on Oman, do we have anyone else that we want to declare war on immediately? Marataka Tapu has 10,000 troops they are currently drilling with. None of these people have any allies. Which is too bad. I want them to ally with each other so that they can be sent out at the other enemies. So, New Spain, do we have a claim against you yet? Looks like we have that automatically. Who's this again? So we can have them just finish the conquest against Shu. And I guess... Did I set my stuff yet? I did not. So this is partially on me. I'm going to go ahead and just set all of this as strategic interest. And that will hopefully get Mexico to do their job. So that's done. I'm going to take a look at... They have a lot of expenses. Okay, they have a lot of money being spent on colonies. So, if I were to start a war... Nah, I'm not gonna... They're behind militarily. I'm not gonna do that. These guys, they have really scary military tech in the Americas, actually. Is there anyone that I need to actually do anything with over here anymore? I feel like any wars that I declare myself, I don't need to be involved with anymore outside of North America. So I feel like the South American stuff is completely self-contained at this point. These guys can handle anything that is going to come at them. There's going to be a substantial time before Portuguese Brazil becomes a person that I can actually go after. Rio de Prata is... I think these guys are next on the agenda, is taking these guys out. I think that we're pretty set there. We're just going to be basically conquering through that stuff. We've got Portugal pretty well isolated so far. They haven't really expanded west at all. Like, they're not even on Easter Island yet. Like, they haven't gotten to Hawaii. They haven't gotten anywhere. So, if we can shut them down... Oh, we need to take this out. So, Portuguese... Colombia. Wait, this is Portuguese what? Why is Portuguese Colombian troops here? That's not right. This is right. Why is this Portuguese Colombia? This is objectively not Portuguese Colombia. Wow. That's a U, that's an O. Okay. These are very distinct from each other. Okay, Portuguese Colombia as opposed to Colombia. That is 3,000 troops. Where are your troops at, friend? Well, it doesn't matter where they are because I know that you have 5,000 of them. So you should have all the power in the world to just stomp these guys. Except I don't know that you can, because I don't know that you can get through here. Can you guys get back? That's funny. I actually don't know that they can get back. So I will actually have to leave these guys alone for a little while, just because I don't know whether if I declare war myself, that's a problem. I don't want to do that. But if I declare war with my vassal state, or my colonial nation, they have a bigger army, but I don't know if that big army can actually get there in time. So, did I have something else that I wanted to do? Yes, I was going to declare war over here. I've already got 2 people annexing. I'm not declaring any wars in the Americas, so we are ready to do a reconquest war. I can't do a reconquest war because it took so frickin' long that I lost my core here. Do I want to do this later then? Does Yaz have... Okay, they have a core here. This would involve the Ottomans. I don't want to pull the Ottomans into war right now. Fine. So we are going to actually just ignore you for now and go after Baluchistan instead. So we go after you. That gives us 3 provinces that we can take. We go after you. You are still guaranteed by the Timurids. And they are, in fact, going to be protecting. So we will just declare on Baluchistan. Yes, you can. So basically, if you take a province by just taking control of it, so let's see if there's an example. So right here, Sind is a nation that no longer exists. So if I take control and take this province, I can actually release Sind as a vassal state under me, which is a very useful way to create vassals, is just take one province from someone and then expand that one province into an entire thinger. I forgot to actually finish this, so we need to do this first. I will influence you, and in 30 days, I'm going to do this first because I'm going to forget. And I want to get this done quickly so that I can vassalize them and then just integrate them quickly. That's the whole point of vassalizing these little nations, is you can just vassalize them, then in 10 years you integrate them and call it a day. It allows you to do stuff without fighting any wars at all. And that is a very convenient thing to do. So we've got them as a vassal. We can integrate them later. I'll try to just have one like random Italian nation as being integrated at any given time. And we've got, it looks like, the rest of this fleet coming up. So we're almost ready for our fight with Britain. In 8 days, we're declaring this war, and it will all be good. Assuming that 8 days ever happens, because 8 days is a long way away when you have to unpause this many times. Alright, so, fine. Hey! Cool. Thanks, Sienna. Very nice of you. I totally needed all that money. Okay, we're just going to confirm once again that I do, in fact, need to... Yes, I do. I need to respect the protection. So we're going to take Bakar and all this other nonsense that happens to be here as well. And we can go ahead and... I forgot to actually bring all these troops over. Whoops. That would have been a smart thing to do. Which goes a long way toward explaining why I would never do such a silly thing. Okay, so... do I actually want to take anything from Malwa right now? I'm not actually sure that I want... to... fight them. Because if I take a bunch of territory from Malwa, that causes some problems for me in terms of aggressive expansion. So it might be better for me to just not take those provinces yet and wait until later. Just basically peace out with a white peace with Malwa and just take the 3 provinces and get moving. Because the claims that I have don't do anything. It's not like they're going to expire. I mean, they expire when this gets annexed, but they're currently not valuable to me. The claims don't do anything since I'm not using them as a co-belligerent. So, shoes over, and I need you to make a claim, a claim, a claim, a claim. Ooh. Is it weird that I saw a colonial maintenance of 20 and I thought, wow, that doesn't seem like very much colonial maintenance? That's a bargain. So there's a 50-50 shot of this, and it did not tick. So we have one more tick to wait for, and I guess I should probably consolidate these 2 armies, because do I want to get Flintlock Musket? Supply limit plus 50% is huge. Ooh. Okay, I'm actually going to do this. I'm just going to kick them both out. That allows us to get this done immediately. That gets us a significant amount of savings, actually. And we will be able to get university quicker as well. I say a significant amount of savings, but I just realized that I did that ahead of time like a damn noob. No, I didn't. I'm ahead of time now. Fine. We got ourselves 2 ahead of time. Now, we're not doing the Flintlock Musket yet. I don't want to do it yet. We're going to wait on it. 12 ticks at +9 is a little under 120, which means that I have sufficient storage capacity that I can cut a full 10% of the cost off. Oh my god. So colonial maintenance is when you're running colonies. So basically when you start colonizing a province, you'll send over a colonist. And while that colonist is working to build the first 1,000 people, so while the population is below 1,000, you have to continuously pay maintenance on the colony to sustain it, to keep it around. And that's what colonial maintenance is, basically. So, let's see. I'm not going to replace that person yet. So basically, this total number of colonists you have, for each colony that you have, it costs 2 ducats per month. However, every colony that you're running that is higher than the total number of colonists you have, so for every additional colony that you get beyond your like natural limit, you will incur doubling costs. So I think the first extra colonist is whatchamacallit. The first extra colonist costs 4, and then I think it costs 8, and then it is still 16 or something. Like the cost just starts skyrocketing into the stratosphere ludicrously quickly. So you can't keep too much of that going at any given time. You can't keep too many above your limit. Basically, no matter how big you get, eventually your colonial maintenance fees will get out of control. So it looks like that one was 10. So it looks like the second one over my limit was actually 10, not 8. So that's a little scary. You better tick. You better tick. You did. Okay, good. So we can actually go over here, and hopefully we'll get this before the thing ticks down, and then we can take over their siege of their rebels. So we'll both be faster on the thing, and there we go. We got new peeps. Do I want to just hire you? Yes, I do. We got plenty of money coming in for this. So it looks like Malwa has put their troops over in Yas, which is an interesting choice. But in addition, because they're sieging this province away from their rebels, we're actually considered to be on the defensive because they have the disadvantage because they're simultaneously fighting off the the besieged troops, the garrison, and they are fighting me. So we can go ahead and just walk over to these troops in Malwa because they are not well placed. Did I put a fleet over here and then not actually bring anybody with them? Let's go ahead and bring you back. Do I actually need to do this? I feel like my vassals will handle Malwa because I've got my army going over there already. I might want to just declare war on Malacca and just take this. Just take the one province. But the problem with that is that I don't want to keep increasing the stuff over here. So we're going to get this province next, which means, oh, you know what we should do? We should get these guys back so that I stop having to... Diplomatic relations +1! Yes, please. Okay, so this is a temporary effect, but that's fine. We're going to start getting this business going. We can't get the alliance quite yet, but we'll get it soon. So we can pull these guys back. We don't actually have anywhere else in America to send them, so I guess we'll just start forming Canada. And it occurs to me that going after Newfoundland, I'm going to need to actually get a colonial nation in that region before I... No, why not? So have you been developing your nation at all? No. Of course not. Why would you be doing something sensible like that? Let's sit over here for now. And you... Oh my god! That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. Okay, well, get the big army over here. Can you sit here? Yes, you can. Jeez. I had people with me on the boat already. Whoopsie doopsie. This is not the first time that I've done this, and that definitely will not be the last. So, waiting until next year for that. So, Kennebec is grown enough to become self-sustaining. I forgot completely that there's another whole place over here. So, this thing's right. Yeah, I'm actually going to focus on getting Canada now. Because I completely forgot it exists. I was like, oh yeah, I've got Cascadia. We've already got Canada. Northeast Canada? That's not a separate place, is it? Oh, whoops. Turns out it is. So Malwa has just gotten military access through Shamar, which is a problem because that means that it's going to take forever for us to track down that army. Peace offer from Baluchistan. We can just take all of the stuff that we need. Oh, I guess we need to give this to Idar. What are our areas looking like? So this and this are both part of the same area as something that we'll already have. So conveniently, doing this, if we just take these 3 provinces, does not actually cause too much problems for us at all. So this is a troubling amount of aggressive expansion to get. So this would give us... Malwa is always going to be in there. Adds Baluchistan, but Baluchistan, we have a truce with Muisca, is not relevant. They're just a minor nation. Let's see. So we have Kedah and Malacca, which are the big problems here. So I think I'm going to do this. And I am actually going to try to get this vassalization going quickly. And hopefully if I get it going quickly enough, the thing won't have a chance to form. So Beninese separatists in Ondo and here. That's easy to deal with. And it's even easier to deal with because we haven't triggered the Age of Thinger yet. Okay, we are no longer at war. Do we have... Nope. They haven't gotten a casus belli against New Spain yet. So that is unfortunate. How are you guys doing? We have Marakata Tapu has a huge army now. Do they have a rank 16 military? They don't have a rank 16 military. Rank 16 military gives what bonuses? I do not remember. The concern is that unlike that other place, if I decide to send in these guys to face off against Portuguese Colombia, and I miss the if I misjudge the situation, then that becomes a serious problem. They have 9,000 troops, which is a huge difference in troop number. They have 3.7 morale. From technology 4, land maintenance is minus 0.3, so... It looks like they have about the same amount of everything, except these guys have 50% more troops. I don't see how these guys could really end up losing the fight, but I'm going to wait until we are a little bit further along with them anyway. We are going to transfer trade power here, and we are going to do what? Okay, we have 6 days. We're not declaring war quite yet, but we're very close to doing so. We do not need to continue influencing Pegu. Influence Nation on Patani. It looks like the number of people that are available to become my enemies is not sufficient to cause a problem for me. So Sienna is incapable of royal marriages. That's good to know. Dies increases your chance of a new heir. I like it. So once I offer these guys vassalization and they accept, we have a huge... Yay, money. Well, basically, that should allow us to finish a mission that will give us access to a... Oh my god. That is a lot of money. That is a lot of money. Oh boy. Speaking of a lot of money... Okay, we don't have all that done yet. It's only been 6 years, so... Interesting. We can assist France. So, Spain is attacking France now in a colonial war. It's an interesting choice. I want to see how I think this is going to go, actually. So let's look at it. France has 50,000 troops right now. They have a limit much higher than that. Spain has 80,000 troops, and they have a limit that's substantially higher. So they should have a huge advantage in terms of troop numbers just on their own. Spain has 5.3 morale, neutral. So France has the substantially superior troops. Papal State is a reasonably large nation. So who are you at war with? Impossible to keep track of. It looks like it's just Spain and Portugal. They didn't actually bring anyone else into it. Whereas Spain is fighting against... That's a lot of enemies. This actually might be a difficult fight for Spain. This might be a good opportunity for me to just declare a war. But I'm going to wait on it a bit because I want to secure some power over here first. We still need to... let's see. We need to get the vassalization done here. And I think I'm probably just going to... I might just conquer Malacca outright, honestly, but probably not. It's probably not worth it to conquer Malacca outright. All right, we're going to go ahead and take this now. And that gives us a new type of cavalry. And we have the Doom Fleet, the much talked about and never actually built Doom Fleet has arrived. And it looks like we're damn near finished getting these again. Okay, so looks like this is gonna finish. No, we should be fine. Can wait on that for a bit. Then again, I have so much money. Maybe it is a good idea to just recall and immediately send it back out. I think it is. I'm trying to basically get as much of an advantage in terms of the power of my vassals over here as possible so that I can just go in against people whenever I want. And we have what over here? we didn't actually send the vassalization yet. Well, done. So Patani is now vassalized, which means that we have completed our objective to secure control of here. We get a bunch of stuff here, and let's see. That is good. Conquering a nation in order to make it a vassal is kind of rough. It's the obvious choice that I think like people tend to default to when they're new. I certainly defaulted to that when I was new. But in my experience, it's usually better rather than turning a nation into a vassal that's going to hate you by conquering them. I prefer to just take all of their territory and then pick one of the random nations that's in their territory and release that as a vassal, and then give all of the rest of the territory that I want to give to that vassal, which makes that vassal even more loyal. So, as an example, if I was going to attack and vassalize Malacca in one war, the aggressive expansion penalty is going to give me like minus 200 relations with Malacca, the people that I just made a vassal. Whereas if I instead release Johor and then give Johor all of Malacca's provinces, then I get a much better sort of like return on investment there. So that's my preference, is to basically just let the basically just get new nations as opposed to conquering the existing ones, because the existing ones are going to be a hassle to manage. And if you just create a new nation, then they're like, oh, thank you for helping us. We will gladly be your vassal and be very loyal to you for a very long time. Like, that's what I did with Pegu. Let's see. I diplo-vassalized Didar, I think. Like, that's another good option. Like, one of the things I was looking at is, do I want to just vassalize these guys? Because you can vassalize them and then use your claims to take territory, and then you just feed it over to your vassal. You don't even need to do it with your own claims. So there's a lot of robust ways to do that kind of stuff now. We are not going to declare any wars over here. We don't need to. We can wait until they've expanded a bit. They are now way ahead, and they're going to stay way ahead. And Portuguese Colombia has a thing here. Colombia. And you guys are technologically ahead. But again, their army isn't actually here, which is the problem. If I take... I feel like I need to take out... I think I'm going to probably go fight Portugal soon. Because if I fight Portugal, I can actually take control of quite a lot of territory. Because I can basically just start eating a little bit of their Iberian assets. And if I can get... This province, I don't think this is not part of a colonial region. So if I can take this province, then I can lock the... Did I start giving you... Please tell me I've got... Okay, I do have subsidies going to them, so they should be colonizing, right? You should be colonizing, right? Yes, you're colonizing. That's all I care about. I've managed to keep the Europeans completely out of Asia. There's no European presence in Asia at all. And it's 1607. And not a single European nation has come into Asia. The Ottomans are debatably a European nation, and they have taken a tiny province here in Africa, and that's it. That's the entire presence of European nations in all of Asia, which is really nice because it weakens these colonial powers so much to not be able to start expanding into easy-to-conquer territory. And instead I'm the one that's doing that. So let's see here. Next on the agenda is to do what? Yes, we were going to declare on you, but we can't do it for 9 days anyway, so... That is a lot of people to have claims on. So we are going to put our good general in charge of this army so that we can just dive the Malaccan army. And we are going to... I think I'm going to just take Perak for them, actually. I'm going to give them that. And I'm going to set Kedah and Siak as co-belligerents. And we're going to see what I can do if I just go completely nuts over here. I'm kind of curious how much aggressive expansion I'll achieve if I basically just take everything all at once. So you guys need to walk into here. Because basically, I have a claim on everyone over here now. So, Palembang, I can just declare on you. Pasai, I can just declare on you. And what I can do is I can actually just feed all this to different vassals, and I won't even have any... Because I have 2 different vassals here. So, Patani, I can just feed the top 3 provinces, because I don't have to worry about Johor's cores anymore, because they don't have any. So... Basically, if I just give Johor's cores... Actually, I guess Johor might be able to form Malacca. Can you form Malacca when you're... When you're a vassal? I don't actually know if they can or not. Okay, I'm just going to lock in here. There we go. So we've taken them out, and we have all this business going exactly how we want it to go. Really? That is amazing. Why? Isn't Portugal Catholic too? Does Portugal just have really bad relations with the Pope or something? I'm kind of confused right now. Like, why is the Pope crapping on for Portugal? We have a pretty sizable army here. We do not have... Oh, doesn't matter. They don't have any heavies. So, are we going to take Siak or no? Okay, so let's see. If I were, as a hypothetical... going to take literally everything that I can right now. This is 138 aggressive expansion, which is quite a lot. Baluchistan is getting like 26. And this is just taking all of Malacca. That's quite impressive. So, annexing Malacca is going to, on its own, that's ignoring any of the other things that I would add in, is already going to give me so much aggressive expansion. So the question becomes, do I want that much territory from here? Am I ready? I think I am. I think I might be ready for this. So I might be ready at this point to actually just play a nice little game of ping pong. So right now we have 2 people that are being annexed. One of them's about to finish. Once they finish, I could potentially conquer like this entire region. So if I'm ready to just declare as an example, I could declare war on Pasai right now, or wait until I finish the sieges and stuff. But I don't even need to wait until I finish the sieges. I could just bring this army up. Nope, not this one. Bring this army up. And this army can do the sieges for me. I don't need help. And let's see here. We have you ready to do some work as well. But basically, there's not that many countries over here. So I could start a just like aggro spiral that will result in either a massive coalition forming or will result in this entire region being subjugated, and basically nothing less than those two possibilities. Those are the only options. So let's take a look here. So if I take... Because I could actually... it would not be that hard, now that I think about it, for me to... Because if I sue for peace here, that's going to cost me diplo power. We can't afford that. I just realized that my actual war fleet is not doing its job. So this is who? So this is... East Asian. I guess South Asian fleet works as well. So I'll go with that as well. Because I might need a North Asian fleet later. And take Siak. Once we take in Siak, we have 100% war score, and we can basically just declare on whoever we want for whatever we want. Are you part of Malaya? You are not. So I can actually finish just by declaring on Pasai. I can actually get everything in this region that I need to get done. And at that point, I can just wait for as long as I want for the aggressive expansion to wear off before I come in again. So is Jaunpur going to actually care about this? Jaunpur is probably going to end up on this list, right? They're only getting 26 from this. So that means that these nations over here really don't care that much. And I should be able to probably exploit that to good effect. You guys are stuck here, it looks like? Question mark. I guess I'm declaring this war of conquest because I want to get my troops back. So, anyway, I have another war starting, and once this siege finishes, we can start the next war, I guess. And do I want to take out Palembang as well? I think I do, honestly. I'm just going to take everyone. And it's a little weird. It's a little over-aggressive. It's going to result in a pretty massive coalition. But a lot of the time, you really have the option of going big or going home. And we're going to go big. We're going to go big right now. It's going to be great. It's going to be all good. This won't go bad at all. Oh, we have a really nice claim here. I wish that I'd noticed this. It took so long before they finally got this claim. That would have been really useful. But at this point, it's too late. I'm not going to bother with it. Okay. We have won the Siege of Siak. So we could peace out here, but that's not what we're going to do. We are instead going to declare the next war. And they don't have any allies, so this is going to be a pretty easy war. And we're actually going to, because this is going to be such an easy war, I'm actually going to declare the next war as well. I'm going to declare on Palembang. So once we've declared on Palembang and Pasai, there won't be any nations left that we have claims for that we aren't currently sitting on those claims. And that will be useful. Let's see. I'm going to just save up money for the thing. I'm not going to actually spend any of this. So I'm just going to sit on my cash for now. We are actually going to send you to here. Yes, and we're going to send you to here. Is Siak? No, Siak is not in control of that. Okay, that's good. So this is controlled by Pasai. I didn't even realize that. Pasai has been expanding quite a bit here. Alright, so we're already up to 32% more score with Pasai. Unfortunately, Johor is going to be... Oh, no, we've got... Nope. Okay. Okay, so... Declare war on Palembang. Everybody's like, what the fuck is going on here? But basically, we are declaring war on Southeast Asia. Well, okay, we're declaring war on Malaya. We're not declaring war on all of Southeast Asia, just most of Southeast Asia. We get the +1 from this, so I'm actually going to send them over here. I only have the 4 here, so... Okay, so we're actually going to split this army in half. Oman has how many troops? So Kedah and Malacca get added to this list if I do this. But this gives them access to the ocean, and I think that ocean access is important. So we're actually going to do this. I think, yeah, we're going to do it. It's fine. We get a little bit of extra aggressive expansion. I took 2 things that I was supposed to give to my vassal. God damn it, I forgot to move those over. Well, that sucks. Okay, we're not going to core them, so it's all fine. We just need to remember to actually deal with that when we need to deal with it. We've got this war going fine. We've taken control of their capital. Sorry, we can walk in. And let's see here. This fleet is going to split in half. I feel kind of bad for Patani. It's like, it's a little sad to let them lose that fight, right? So this army is just going to get obliterated. All right, we're going to split this army in half, and now we've got a good setup. So next month, or not next month, next year we will pick up the next rank of admin tech. That will give us administrative efficiency, which is great. And by finishing this mission now, what we're doing is we're taking advantage of the Vijayanagar missions while we have them. And then later on, we won't have these missions anymore. We're going to have a different mission tree because we are going to be swapping over to Bharat. And when we swap over to that, we're going to want... oh, who the hell are you? Oh, this is Majapahit? Interesting. I wonder if I can keep my relations with them high enough that they won't... Almost certainly not, right? So I could actually declare war on Majapahit as well. Take the last 2 provinces that I need and call it a day. Because that'll get me a truce with them, which gives me time to let the truce, to let the aggressive expansion start to fade. But the other thing that it does for me is it splits the aggressive expansion capacity to like join a coalition. So, who's next? Jeanpour is definitely going to want to kill us. Malwa is always going to want to kill us. Timurids are always going to want to kill us. They're never going to get off of that. But I don't think, actually, that these other nations are going to care as much as you'd think. Me doing all of this at the same time, I think that there's going to be consequences. Right? Like, there's definitely going to be enough aggressive expansion. Oh, hello. Wait, what? Who? What, to the who now? I'm ceding who to the what? What the hell does that mean? Okay, so apparently this is Orissa. I just didn't conquer them. I don't see another nation inside my borders somewhere. Why are these guys chilling here? That is funny. Okay, that's very funny. You just find armies from your colonial nations in the weirdest places. Alright, you guys are going to go here, and then from there you're going to go to Jambi. And actually, I can just declare this now, because, I mean, what are they going to do about it? We've just won the Siege of Linga. And the Doom Fleet is coming back together. At some point I am going to need to get a admiral in charge of these guys, but it's not immediately necessary. The funny thing is that the size of my Doom Fleet just keeps increasing because they're just blowing up all of the enemy ships so quickly. Okay, so if I take all of Pasai, I cannot take all of Pasai. But I could take all of this. This gives me 100. This is so much aggressive expansion. This is so funny. So, these guys are Theravada, which is not necessarily what I want. These guys are Sunni. So, is this our go big or go home moment? Are we ready? I think we're ready to start figuring out what we're doing here. We can't take any of these other provinces, so we actually have to leave these guys on the table, which is a problem because that means that there's more chance for there to be an actual organized problem. Malwa we currently have a peace treaty with. Pasai we are at war with. Siak we're at war with. Malacca will not exist, so we don't have to worry about them. Kedah will continue to exist. We're at war with them right now. Palembang we are currently annexing. Muisca is irrelevant. Baluchistan is relevant. Timurids are relevant. Brunei is very relevant. We do not even have a casus belli for Brunei, but that's okay. So I think that this... It makes a degree of sense to do it this way. But another alternative is to do it like this. By doing this instead, we're actually eliminating more enemies from the field. So I would have to not take 2 of these. But that does get me more total war scores worth. But is that more? Oh my god, that's 30 development. Yes, we're going to do that. We want to take that province. Let's leave them with these 2 if we can. Can we do that? No, we can't. So this gives us 95% more score. There we go. That's 100% war score, and that gives us a problem with the Timurids. This basically adds Jaunpur and Brunei to the list of potential threats to my lifestyle, if you will. I think I'm actually going to sit on this for a little bit, though, because first... one thing that would be nice, actually, I have a claim here. I can just declare on them and like just take a province or 2 from them, or not. I don't actually have to take the provinces, but it basically gets me a truce with them, which will allow me to not have to worry about it. Because of the fact that all these Sunni nations are not even in the same religious group as anyone that I have to worry about in the region other than these Sunni nations that I'm currently sitting on and Jaunpur, and the people that I already have an overwhelmingly large amount of aggressive expansion with, obviously. But outside of those nations, we basically... That's fine. This nation down here is more of a problem. Am I taking these provinces? Who is this? No, I don't want these. Okay. And let's see. The other thing that I need to remember is, has it ticked over yet? It has not. Oh my god, it still hasn't been a year yet. There's so much action that happens in just the span of a year once you get into this section of the game. It's a very boom and bust game, actually. There's a lot of action, and then you just sit there for years, and then, holy shit, I'm conquering, like, everyone. And then, oh, no action for another few years. Death to all spies. That's not great. Okay, so 96% here. And do we want to declare on them? I figure that... So Palembang we can just finish now, right? Like, this is not a problem. Hey, Mr. Gentleman, welcome to the stream. This is full annexation, yes? Yes. Okay, so who cares? Exclusively people that we have a truce with, so we can do this safely just for informative purposes. And it costs us basically nothing. So let's do this. Okay. And do I have the ability to do this yet? I can't take my provinces right now, but I'll be able to very shortly, I think. Manakugan. So, War with Psy is going to give me... Can I get closer to 100%? That gives me 98. But that splits this in half. I don't want that. I don't want these split. And this is only 92. How much of this am I giving to each nation? I guess I'm going to give a bunch of this to Patani. I'm just going to give these to Patani. I'll give all 3 of these to Patani. And I actually might give Patani all of this, give Johor this, and then most of... I think that's what I'm going to do. Let's see. Da, da, da. Who are you starting as? As Vijayanagar? It's a really useful start to like practice like the way that India works and understand it. That's why I did it. Right. Is my air any good? My air is kind of useless, so I guess we'll just pray. Okay, well, we have a new air, and the air is even worse. Which is kind of shitty, but what you gonna do? Okay, so 96%. How long does this have left? Because 96.2%. Oh, why is this not continuing? Okay, so it's going to continue in... Okay, this is going to take quite a while because I don't have enough Diplo power. Do I have the ability to get some... Yeah, it's going to be quite a while before I can get some more of that. Move these guys forward. And did I have somebody else that I needed to declare on? I don't think so. We're just working on the stuff here. So we can take these 2 provinces. And again, we can take these provinces safely. This doesn't add anyone to the list. This just gives us more information about what we're going to be sending in a little bit. So it's going to take us about 6 months, I think, to finish this stuff. How much stuff do we have right now? So once we get this going, we can get an idea of who's added to the list immediately. That's weird. Why is this costing over 100% now? Why? I'm confused. So this adds Sulu and Majapahit to the list, but Majapahit we just pieced out with. So Majapahit is going to get a significant amount, but is it enough that I should have actually gotten a longer peace deal with Majapahit now that I think about it? Sulu is who? Sulu is some tiny nation over here somewhere. Yeah, Sulu is a 1 province minor over here. Okay, so that's good to know. And we are actually going to stop building a spy network so that we can get our thing back. And we are going to peace out now, actually. The time has come, my little friends. Yes. I already have all the people over here that I want. I'm not going to get more. So, do I want to... I guess I'll take the rest of northern Malacca for them at some point. So if we take all of this, it's 117. And Sulu doesn't actually get added to the list if we do this. This here is 97%. If I do this, then I can actually split territory over here between Patani and Johor instead of what I had intended to do. Okay, let's do this. So we're going to go ahead and peace out like this. And then we're going to say hello to you and say sup. Oh, what I should have done, this would have been sensible, is to actually click this button because that actually allows me to take more provinces. Yep, that would have actually made a substantial difference before. So, oh my god, look at it. It's glorious. Oh, it's so glorious. It's so good. I love it. So how much of this can we take without causing that? The Ottomans are added to the list? Oh my god. That's so funny. So if we take all of this, it adds like Shamar and Delhi and people like that to the list, which we don't want. So this adds Shamar to the list. So this gives us the Timurids, the Sulu, Jaunpur, Majapahit, Hormuz. Hormuz has been added to the list already, I think. So, is there a thing that I can do to them instead that will allow everybody to cool off? Everybody cool out. Chill out or whatever. All right, let's do this. This is 100%. This is going to give us an extremely long thing with them. This is an extremely long truce. And by getting a truce like this... Why is it up to 108% now? That's weird. That will be good. Oh wait, steer trade is a relation slot, so we don't want that. Okay, so can we take anything from you? Not really. Taking anything adds more nations to the list that we can't really afford to have added to the list. Fine. So we are going to just do this peace deal. Minor inconvenience. You know, look, guys. How much overextension? I only have 128% overextension. It's fine. We're fine. So we are going to start giving away all this shit. So Patani, sup. We're going to go ahead and grant you Perak. And we are going to grant you Kelantan. I can't believe I got an immediate tick of that stuff. It's so sad. So Johor, we are going to grant Johor itself. How do you have debt? You have literally never built anything. What the hell? Do I want to give you Malacca? I guess I should. I don't really have a lot of choice. Well, why can't I give you Malacca? We are going to grant them Siak. We are going to grant them Indragiri. We are going to grant them Linga. grant them Banca. We're going to grant them Palembang. And we're going to grant them Jambi. God damn it, I can't grant them Jambi. So... But I should have taken different provinces then. I should have taken this instead of Johor. Because I don't think I could have given this away. It's fine. We have very little overextension now. And we can now go over to Yaz and give Yaz some stuff. Oops. Now I put them at the bottom. So they're going to get Baraimi and Batina. So that all happened right before the Age of Absolutism, actually, which is kind of cool. So we now have dangerously high overextension, and we have this, which we're just going to core ourselves, I think. Done. So that's dealt with. What else do we have to do? Do we have any other provinces that... What is Jambi? Jambi is this one. So do we want... I guess I should just click on the state. This is a pretty good amount of stuff. That's a good question. I would assume it is. It might be part of the common sense one. I've kept myself. I've been playing this game for a very long time, and I play it off and on. I don't play it constantly, but because I play it periodically, and I tend to play it whenever a new expansion is released, I'm basically always up to date in the expansions. I don't know what was released in what content, because I never play... A lot of people play to do like certain achievements in certain earlier patches where certain earlier achievements are easier. But I've never bothered with that. I always play with the most up-to-date game. So I don't really know. I would think that it is, because a lot of stuff has actually been added over the years. The base game was a very different game. Like, legitimately a very different game. There was a lot that was added over time. And so, yeah. I think I'm just going to core this myself. It's fine. It only costs 17, and I'm fine on states. So, let's see here. Fine on states for now. Just wait until I start integrating all this shit, right? So... This probably works. Let's see how big Johor is now. Johor's got... They're still at 0. They've got 24% from development. They haven't gotten any of the big ticks from increased stuff. And let's take a look here. Is there a large enough force out there right now that they would even want to come at me? I don't see that right now. I'm pretty sure that I could get a coalition formed against me, but I don't know that it's feasible to happen, because I don't think that enough... I would think that the Ottomans would need to get involved before anyone would be willing to try their luck at fighting me. So the question is whether I want to declare war on Jaunpur now, or whether I want to wait until later. And I feel like I might actually want to wait until later. So over here, we still only have 63%. Interestingly enough, Delhi has a lot of trade power here, because for some reason they have caravan power. I don't know why Delhi has caravan power. I guess it's caravan power. Okay, I get it, because they have power in a node that's downstream. That is okay. I think that must be it. Yeah, okay, so for whatever reason, I misunderstood how caravan power works. I totally know how to play this game. I'm good at this shit. Okay, so you guys have a rank 15 military still, for some reason, and Portugal still has a rank 16 military. How is the war going? The war against France is going badly for Spain. So let's take a look at where Spain's position is right now. So Spain has a very strong military, kind of. They have a strong military in terms of their morale, but they actually are like mincemeat in terms of their actual like quality of like troops. They actually have no manpower left. They're running very low on manpower, which means they might actually not be willing to help Portugal. Wait, what? Is Portugal no longer allied? Portugal's not even allied with Spain anymore. It's over. It is over. No one will help you. You are completely alone. Welcome to hell. So, we are unleashing maximum death upon Portugal right now. Because I think we can probably take Rio de Prata from them in one war, along with maybe taking a province if we feel like it. We don't even have to do that. But this is going to be huge. So Choco is somewhere. And this is right next to colonial Mexico. Like, this area is bursting with my troops. So the time has come. Declare the war. Britain, do you have any allies? You still don't have any allies. So once I finish with Portugal, we will be able to move on to Britain. Asia, congratulations. I'm done with you for now. We're all fine. Now, moving right along, where is my army? Because I'm going to need to start delivering troops to Portugal. Portugal is... I should have checked how many troops Portugal has. Portugal has 56,000 troops. They have no manpower. So that's good to know. Portugal has a huge amount of morale. Never mind. They have slightly more morale than I did. For whatever reason, I thought that 4 point something was what Spain had. So they have 5.0 morale. They've got a little bit of discipline. They're boned. They're so completely boned. Like, this whole region, everything is going to just be mine now. We're finally taking complete control. We are assuming direct control. In addition, I will be able to use this as a stepping point to go after Spain. So let's take a look at the navies. The Navy's naval situation should be better for them, but it's not actually any better for them. So that's great. Doomfleet is sufficient to basically handle stuff, but what we need right now is actually Doomfleet plus these guys. So all of these troops are going to coordinate together, question mark? Am I going to do it that way? I actually don't think I am. I'm going to take my proper military that I've got built up here, and then I'm going to take my proper military that I have lying around here somewhere. Yep, they're right here. And these two militaries are going to meet up over in Brazil. And once we have had everybody meet up in Brazil, Brunei has entered a coalition against us. Good call. It's a very good call. Let's see here. So we can have them concede all of this shit. So that would be... I can have them concede their entire colonial holdings, including this little island here. And this basically cuts off Europe from Asia for the rest of the game. Life is good. So this is going to be great. Let's see. What else do we need to do? Do we want to take a province from them over here? question is whether I want to take anything from over here. This gives me basically no aggressive expansion for most people. Portugal would care a lot about this. Portugal's actually on the list. So Portugal is not on the list if I just take Algarve. If I take Lisboa, though, it'll definitely be on the list, right? Yeah, just taking Portugal on its own is worth, or just taking one province is enough for that. So I think what I'm going to do is I can probably take their colonial holdings without too much trouble. No, this is actually going to cost me power. Do I want to bother with taking anything on the East Coast? I don't think I do. I think we're literally just looking for this. I can do this and then have them pay me war reparations if I want, or I could do this and then I don't need them to pay me war reparations. I need them to pay me a portion of their current income, because their current income is high and their income's going to be trashed after this. Okay, so that's what this peace deal is going to be if we can get all of that. We need a high amount of war score to be able to accomplish our objectives, but that should be reasonably easy to achieve, because we have sufficient boats here that we can just go completely nuts. So we have 26 and 31. I think I'm going to deliver every troop that I can to here, actually. You know, this is actually silly. I'll just have everybody meet here. You guys, get in the boat. Boats merge. And go over here. So we have 57 transports in this fleet right now. That's fine. We are going to lose so many troops over the course of this. It's going to be ridiculous. It's going to be funny, though. All right. So, unfortunately, this is taking longer than I anticipated. There we go. So everybody's going to merge together just for convenience. We have a leader, and we are going to pop over to Portugal. Or not Portugal, to Brazil. So the fight in the Americas should be pretty standard. Peru is the biggest power in South America. I shouldn't have any trouble with them. And my queen is the regent. She's going to go ahead and stick with this. Let's see. The one concern actually is up here. So since we do have this army here, I'm just going to send these guys up, and they will be able to handle that army very easily. Parliament refused to pass this. We lost some prestige, and that's fine. Basically, as you get into the late game, it doesn't actually matter if Parliament passes the bill or not, like, at all. So it looks like France is kicking their asses. This is great. I'm very fond of this. So we're now sitting on 6 of however many. Are we adding another minion anywhere? I don't think we necessarily are. So I guess I could just vassalize these guys. Do I have their relations up already? I'm going to finish improving relations with these guys. I'm actually just going to annex. I'm going to diplo-vassalize them. These guys are a viable diplo-vassalization as well. Speaking of diplo-vassalization, how long do I have to wait before I can annex you? I need to wait another 6 years. So I'm going to go ahead and improve my relations with them. And we should be all set. Okay. You are on your way to where you need to be. These guys are doing whatever they're doing. Looks like they are heading to where they need to be as well, so that's good. We're going to go ahead and siege that down for me. And what'll be really fun is if the people manage to sync up. I think that would be amusing. But yeah, Jaunpur, we might be able to get out of that coalition eventually. And we can basically just diplo-vassalize all these guys if we want. It would have been nice to have gotten the thinger earlier than this, but it's fine. So these guys are going to Rio Grande. You guys are not locked in, so I won't change you yet. But I'll change you now. So we're going to have them go here instead. Just because I don't want to put everyone in the same location exactly. I'm basically going to let my troops recover a bit because they've been on very long trips. And once my troops have recovered a bit, then we can get things moving. So, 7% war score. We haven't even gotten to Portugal proper yet, and we're at 7% war score. Because we haven't done anything ourselves. Everything that's been done has been done by our... Look at this! It's ridiculous. Ugh. So, Age of Absolutism has arrived, which means that we can now get some very, very nice bonuses. So, our Absolutism has been unlocked, and that means that, unfortunately, we died before... God dang it. We died before Absolutism ticked, which is too bad. We're going to take a look at our thinger. Can I reduce this while at war? No, I can't decrease autonomy while at war, so I can't do that yet. I'll have to wait until I get out of the war for that. What else can I do, though? Actually, one thing that I can do that I think is very useful is we are basically going to talk to our parliament, and anytime you get the use crown lands thing... Does it take... No, it's not... let's see. So we can grant local autonomy, and that's... Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Go back to it. Where was it? Oh my god. There's so many of these people. Okay, so... Local autonomy. So, allow use of crown lands. Each time I tick that, I have the ability to spend this to get myself a little bit more absolutism. Each time I'm ticking that, I'm getting 0.8% administrative efficiency immediately. So I'm basically turning military power into admin power and diplo power, which is very useful. In addition, every point that you have in that also will make your... reduce the amount of aggressive expansion that you get. So very, very powerful. Unfortunately, I can't just organize this by the people that I want to give money to. Okay, allow use of crown lands. Boop. Let's go ahead and give these little things. That's actually not very much money. These bribes are really cheap. Grant local autonomy. The local autonomy is useful because I'll be able, once I get out of the war, to reduce autonomy in all those places. And it looks like that might be it for right now. Okay. It looks like that's all of the free stuff I'm going to get. For here, we can go ahead and do this. You guys are chilling. 10,000 troops just chilling here as well. Alright, so these guys are all here. Turns out that somehow they're at full... Okay, these guys are still full. I don't know why. So what's going to happen here is we are going to pop over here and merge these up. And we're taking all 75,000 troops. Nope, we're splitting them in half. And we're giving one of them one of our decent leaders, and we're giving the other decent leader. And they're both going to be on the boats. So they're going to get on the boats together, and they're both going to come in around the same location. But this will allow me to basically just drop in on our dear friends in Portugal. And once we've dropped in on Portugal, it looks like Spain has turned this around again. So let's take a look at how the situation is going. So Spain has a total of 80 ships, but they don't have any heavies. So their entire fleet is light ships and transports, basically. So I can actually take out the Spanish fleet very easily. So the Spanish army is another story. They do have quite a large army, and they're pretty good because they have a bunch of bonuses to their morale built in. So they might be a little tougher to crack, but I think it'll be doable. So what we're going to do is we are going to drop everyone off in Algarve, because that will give me the freedom to come back to wherever it is that these guys are going to come to and do all that business. So I don't want to drop them in on Lisboa and reduce the number of places that I can move to. I always want to be able to just walk back. So Lisboa is your capital, question mark? Yes, it's a fort level 3. Odd leveled forts are always the capital, because the capital gives you an automatic fort level 1. Okay, we have 11,000, and so we have about 24,000 cannons right now, which is not too shabby. I think we are actually going to have this army go straight to Lisboa, and this army is just going to chill. Oh my goodness, they walked into me. Well, bye. Okay, well, this war is over. We basically just took out their fleet. I don't know why their fleet decided to attack me. That was probably really dumb of them. Operative word there is probably. They actually took out one of my carracks that quickly. Holy shit. Alright. And now we can go to here, I guess. No, we're not going to do that. Can we split the fleet in half? Is it half of it here? Yes. So we're going to split the fleet in half. We're going to send half of it here. The other half is going to deal with the other stuff. So, unfortunately... Oh, I guess you guys can move. And look at that! Spain is actually losing ships against France. So, this is going to be very good for me. Okay, how many more ticks do we need? I'm going to let one more tick happen, and then we're just going to switch these out. So these guys are going to come out, and these guys are... what? Why do they have... They should have 0, not 1. It's kind of weird. Don't know what's going on there. Don't like it. Don't like it one bit. Oh, and if I do this, though, then I'm going to have so many random colonies. Oh, never mind. Will I? I guess I will. I'm going to have a bunch of colonies over my limit the second that I do this. So how many troops do they have left? So the entire enemy, collection has an army that is a little larger than the army that I've landed in Portugal. And that's all of the colonial nations. Can I get you here in time? Yes. Swapping. So if I do take one province here, do I want to pump these guys in here? I guess I probably should. I should give them a lead. I can't give them a leader because I don't have enough stuff. Is there a reason to... I don't think I can actually use all of these ships at once. So I feel like I might as well just... Let me take a look. We have an engagement width of 27. They have an engagement width of 32. So they actually have more ships that are coming to bear at any given time than we do. Weirdly enough, I don't think that there's a huge difference in terms of the number of... Where are my injured ships at? I don't have anything that's super injured as far as I can tell. So they have a bunch of ships that are at 100% that are currently engaged with me. And I have ships that... Do I care? I don't know that I care if I lose a couple of ships. But I think I'm actually just going to pull back because I think that this is more costly for me than it's going to be for them. Just because of the fact that I don't have a person to give me that bonus to my engagement with. So these guys are just chilling here in Beja, which is really not a great plan considering that I have 40,000 troops sitting right next to them. So good luck with that, friends. We just took control of their capital. I didn't even notice that. Cost of reducing war exhaustion has just been reduced. I like that. And they can only run one province away? Question mark. Is that accurate? Nope, they're continuing to run. Okay. Too bad. Too bad. So, Spain is out of manpower now. Portugal has 45,000 troops of their own, so I actually should not be splitting this army up because I do not know where their troops are. And we have such a huge amount of manpower total that we don't need to be that concerned about what's happening here. It looks like these guys are all going to just sort of wander around this area and get themselves obliterated. And we're going to pop over to here. And the nice thing is that because we have so many cannons, the way that the wars work is substantially changed. So all of these are uninjured ships. So we're just going to put all of the uninjured ships over here. And that allows us to just go ham. I do think that I'm going to want to take a province. Do I want to form Morocco or something? The problem with forming Morocco... Wow, this is interesting. They've cleared out all these cores. So, Portugal, you have 36,000 troops left. And that is a... That does not sound correct. I have actually been losing legitimacy. So since I'm losing legitimacy, okay, guess what? Free absolutism. So why is it that that is such a ridiculous peace offer now? I don't know why this changed. What is that I meant? So ceding the Galapagos is 26? No. Oh, and they're paying me a bunch of money. Okay, so we're going to do this first. So Galapagos is 5. So we're going to have them concede La Plata. I don't actually need them to concede Brazil, but I think I want them to concede Colombia. So if I have them concede these two, that connects all of my nations together, and it takes out the things that I actually care about, the things that I'm concerned about. Let's see. Conceding Brazil doesn't help me that much because I can just have these guys go annex Brazil whenever I want. California is a little similar, but I think I'm actually going to do that as well. I'm going to take California as well. And this gives me it gives me basically no aggressive expansion. Where is all this coming from? So it looks like I do get aggressive expansion for some of these things. I just don't get it for very many of them. Is the Galapagos really worth that much aggressive expansion? No, it's not worth any. So where's the aggressive expansion coming from? Why is La Plata such a huge amount of aggressive expansion? Like, all these others are basically none. And then you get this massive quantity from La Plata. And it's a smaller... Okay, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. So, once we've cut them conceding La Plata, like, all of South America is ours, basically. And that'll be good for us. So... we can do this. It'll be a thing. And do we want... I think we do want to just take Algarve. Just Algarve, nothing else. We're just taking one province. Because if we take one province from Portugal here, then we have the ability... That's weird. I can ask them for Braganca, but I can't court. It's weird. Anyway, let's keep this going, I guess. So now is the time to take control of the Strait of Gibraltar, I guess. I don't need control of this point anymore, though I guess I should just leave these guys here. We'll send these guys to here for... Do I want to do that? No. I'm going to wait. These guys are actually going to go to Ceuta, though. And it looks like France is walking all over Spain now. It keeps going back and forth a bit, but what I'm waiting for is the point where the Spanish army actually finally gets caught. Because right now, Spain has like nowhere to go, right? So if the Spanish army gets caught right now, they could easily get wiped completely. And if they get wiped, that would be great. It looks like they do still have this fleet. Okay, so the Portuguese army is Dunzo. And we're going to wait until the next tick. Claim on Thana. Just give me a second. Because sometimes this is an actual core. I don't think it is here, but I do not have a core, so we're just going to renounce. Anyway, now we actually need to start recalling people to... Actually, we don't even, now that I think about it. We're going to just send these guys back because I'm probably going to get a ton of stuff soon. Oh, Spain pieced out. That's interesting. So they never ended up losing their army, I don't think. Yep, Spain still has their army intact, and that's really unfortunate because it would have been convenient if they had kept that going. But it's fine. Okay, I'm going to... I don't know that they're all trapped over here because some of them could be sitting in Spain. So, let's leave this for now. Meanwhile, did I send my fleet here? Yes, I did. Alright, so my fleet's just going to chill here. We will sort of protect my interests. We are out of sailors. Holy shit. That is a lot of sailors that we are using. I don't want to split this in half and send half of them home. Okay, we are going to wait on this. Yes, please? So yeah, it turns out that you use quite a lot of sailors when you get into these kinds of fights. So now that I have better vision and there's only one, I'll only be one province away, I'll just do this. Split them. It's not a problem. Alright, so once we've got this set up, did I have them giving me money or something? So this will give us a little bit of aggressive expansion with people. But from a practical perspective, it's not going to give me much aggressive expansion at all. So how is the situation over in the Americas? In the Americas, they have a big army that's chilling right here that I probably should be dealing with. And I'm not going to be able to catch them because... So you guys are going to merge together and pop over to Clemson. Hey, there's a big 22k stack here. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I unpaused the game instead of pausing it. But that is not a problem because there's actually very few troops here. Those guys are going where they need to be. We're all set. And let's see. Portugal's doing their thing. We are almost to the point where we can annex you. Except for the fact that we need to wait a while for... Oh, Portugal actually occupied their territory. Whoops. They didn't occupy Corsica, though, strangely enough. Let's see. Do we have anything interesting that we can do here? No, right? Do I want to convert some military power over again? Yes, I do. Manakugan. You know what? I have a lot of money. Let's live dangerously. It'll be fine. Just keep rolling them dice. You know what they say, if you keep rolling the dice, you'll never lose, right? That's how it works? I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Keep rolling the dice, you'll always win. The odds never stop being in your favor at any point. Let's see. And let's see. Anything else that we want to do? I don't think so. Once we've done this, we've basically locked down the Americas. We can fight Spain whenever we want at this point. Like, Spain isn't a terribly relevant concern of ours anymore. We can beat them in a fight, and that's the important bit. Britain is still isolated, which is good because I need them to be isolated for my plans to work. Basically, what I just did to Portugal is exactly what I'm going to do to Britain. Only with Britain, I'm going to take London because I need it for the achievement. So, let's see here. And let's see, what else do we have? They were at medium enthusiasm for some reason. Do I want to, like, carpet siege them, actually? I guess I can. How many troops do you have now, Portugal? Portugal itself still has 44,000 troops. So, how many of those are mercs? 38 mercs. Holy crap. I might be able to bankrupt you. Can I bankrupt you, Portugal? Because I feel like I might be able to bankrupt you. Okay, I'm going to send this army here. And send this army here? Question mark? No. I want you to move. I'll move you here. You are going to stay right here. Because I basically want to create a nice little position where I can be safe. I'm going to have you get over here. Unfortunately, we need more sailors because we don't have quite enough sailors to keep our Doom fleet running indefinitely. And that's something that we're going to need later. How you feeling now, Portugal? Still not feeling it? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I can wait. I have plenty of manpower, friend. I'm not terribly concerned about the attrition. Da, 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 da. So these guys actually got to here and have been sitting on a siege. Okay, so all of my vassals are a bunch of filthy cowards. As expected. As expected from Americans. Ugh. Filthy Americans. I'm American. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so this is a 96% war score victory. It'll give me a tiny, tiny bit of overextension, and I think we will probably just core these because that's the easiest way to handle it. And that will be a wrap for that. And we're at 96%. It's not like we're in need of getting new stuff. So, what does this mean for us? It means that we are now the sole owners of the vast majority of the Americas. And it also means that we can largely stop taking stuff over here as well. So let's take a look here. We've got you to core. So we're going to go ahead and core you. We're going to increase the autonomy here. And we are going to do the same over here. Core you and increase your autonomy. We don't need you to do anything useful. We're just taking you to take you away from the Portuguese. And we've got a nice little port here from which we can launch attacks on Spain at will. Do we need to launch a Spain attack right now? Absolutely not. We do not need to attack Spain right now. What we do need to do is we need to get our fleet back in order. So I think what we're going to do is bring this fleet over here. And let's take a look at the situation in the colonies. Right now, we do not appear to have taken any colonies themselves. So we're actually fine. I thought that we were going to run into a problem of having too many colonies, but it looks like we are all set. So this is all wasteland. And is this part of colonial Canada? It is not. Do I have... This is Spain. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit. So I need to actually get... I need to explore this west coast in order to actually be able to form a colonial nation in Canada, it looks like. So, the advantage of taking out Spain would be that I could then get... Holy crap, look at that. They went from 36 a few years ago. They're down to 32 now. The income just keeps dropping for these nodes over here, which means more and more money from this area is all just getting funneled into me. So, not too shabby. Let's take a look at the trade over here, actually. So, aid is being sent forward to the Caribbean from here, and if we can get... If we get the Caribbean under our control sometime soon, that'll be good. I don't think I want to go after Spain yet, though. I don't think Spain is a good nation to attack with no military ideas. So my next idea group, I should probably take a military idea group, because that will be quite useful. Okay, these two are going to merge, and we have a truce with you until 6 years have passed. You, we have a truce with only for another 3 years. Is 3 years enough for... That's already under 50. They're at neutral again. Perfect. So Brunei is still, pissed at us. Majapahit isn't even pissed at us, so we don't even have to care about them. So we actually... As long as we basically annex Pasai the next chance we get, we should be able to just complete this mission over here and finish that up, no problem. And then we can call it a day. So over here in Bengal, we only have 73% of the trade. And we're sending trade to the people that we least want to send trade to right now. So I think what we're going to do now is we are going to look here, and we are going to start pumping these, because it's very silly of us to not take control of the trade here a little bit better. We have access to all these centers of trade. They're very easy to upgrade. They give a huge bonus when you upgrade them all. And it just increases the base power in the area by such a massive quantity. Maybe I should state my stuff, huh? I didn't state any of the Pegu stuff. Let's take a look at my states. 14 development is not sufficient to justify. Okay, so hopefully I'll have more control here now, and I might have a little bit more control over here as well. So, how are we doing over here? Idar is pulling trade away from me as well. We are currently annexing Idar very slowly. My monthly increase is only 5. Why is my monthly increase only... Oh, because annexing Idar is counting. Okay. And we've got colonists to send, and I don't really know where I want to send them. I can't use... I don't want to colonize in Asia, because colonizing in Asia doesn't help me much. I can't form trade regions out of it. Colonizing most of Africa is largely irrelevant as well. So I think honestly, I might just want to start filling out the back end of the Americas. Particularly South America, probably. Let's take a look at the Ivory Coast. We only have 33% of the trade value here. But if you look here at Brazil, most of the trade is actually being retained in Brazil proper. There's very little trade that's actually being pushed out of Brazil, and that means good things for us. Looks like these guys, we have complete control over this trade node now. So why is it that we have so much trade coming out? So Spain, Portugal, Netherlands. I guess it's just a little trickle from all the minor nations over here in the Ivory Coast. So similarly to what the thing that we were running into before, we are going to do the same thing here. Do we have a thing? We do have a marketplace. So we're going to go ahead and build this. We're going to come to the Ivory Coast states and look at these. And from here, we can actually build a harbor, and that'll help us a lot. This gives us an extra +2 per thing, so that's another 8. But that's not actually as worth it as upgrading. I guess I can do both. I'll just wait until next month. We'll do this first because it's the bigger boost. Okay, so we've now got the exact same percentage here. That doesn't make any sense. Did that not tick up? Let's see. How are things over here? So we're now at 44% and more money is being pulled forward? How did I just increase my trade power everywhere and that somehow reduced my trade power? I'm very confused right now. Which, you know, story of my life, but still. A little weird. Okay, so we have 67 sailors on missions right now. Where is the last troop? Doesn't have an exactly equal number of troops in both of these. Guess not. So what is our plan? In a few years, we're going to be annexing you, but we're not there yet. Do we have anyone else that we want to... I guess we can't annex anyone right now because we don't actually have any diplo power. And I still haven't figured out where I'm sending my person. Do I want to just fill him from the west? I'm going to start filling in Cascadia because Cascadia is really weak right now. And that'll help get them going. Cascadia is also interesting because Cascadia is a... this is in a trade node where I can actually send the trade west to me. So I'm curious whether I'm going to want to actually like take control of any of the stuff in Europe, or if I'm basically just going to starve Europe economically. Because right now, if I can take control of the Caribbean, and I can take control of North America, I can actually completely shut off the tap. I can shut off the European trade completely, and basically just secure all of the trade down here. And if I do that, then I don't know that I really need to really do much work in Europe, because then Europe actually becomes a bunch of relatively minor nations that don't need to be I don't need to be concerned about. And I can basically just start annexing my way east to increase the amount of money that I'm funneling into my primary trade node. So, food for thought. At any rate, we have... a situation here that is a little sad. Yeah, it's very sad how little of the diplo power I have. So how are we doing here? Is everybody at 100%? No, they are not. I still need to wait for more sailors to be able to actually get my ships in good shape. So, Portugal is basically done. They're a minor nation now that I never have to worry about again. They're not minor. They're still a pretty large nation, but they're simply not on the same scale anymore. They're basically not even a great power. They've fallen behind even Britain. Let's see. Russia is a pretty sizable power. Spain is a pretty large power. But Spain is going to lose a lot of that when I take over their developments. Oh, wow. They only have 791 of their own development. How much do I have of my own personal development? So I have 1,700 personal development. So I'm looking at about 4,000 total development in my empire right now. So Orissa has decided that they don't need to be protected from us anymore, which is an interesting choice. But yeah, I think I'm going to ignore this part for a while. Just because I can. Okay. I'm going to wait another month and then we're going to pop our absolutism up again. Unfortunately, total development is basically... if you look at each of these, so you have base tax, you have production, and you have military power. Sorry, not military, base manpower. So those represent different aspects of a local economy. So manpower is basically like how many people are there. Production is how much of like whatever resource is in the province, because every province has a resource, how much of it you're producing. And base tax is basically representing how many like cities, like how much like just raw economic value is in this state, right? So just like you have a bunch of people there who you're taxing. So that's what those three things represent. So you can't get them too out of sync. Basically, they are a little bit dependent on each other, but they're not particularly dependent on each other, so you can basically desync them however much you want. Let's see. This is Aiden. Do we have claims on you? Yes, we do. You're still allied with the Ottomans. It's really unfortunate that you're still allied with the Ottomans. Have you considered not being allied with the Ottomans? Have you tried not being an Ottoman vassal? Excellent idea. What is this? He claims to represent the king. Okay. Have fun. Have fun with that permanent claim of yours. Good frickin' luck. Oh man, that's funny. Okay. I'm easily amused, but I find that very amusing that it's just like, oh yeah, okay. Denmark, oh no, Denmark is gonna have a permanent claim on my province. How important is production? So production is an interesting statistic because it's easy to underestimate. So production does a lot of stuff, and it's actually kind of complicated how production works. But basically, production gives you an amount of goods produced, and those goods produced do two key factors. First, the goods are converted to like a value based off of how valuable that particular good is, and that production, you just get, an amount of money, right? So there's that. You get the production value in direct taxation. But in addition to this direct production value, you also, every good produced is represented as a trade good, which then increases the trade value of these nodes. So basically, all of that production, somebody is going to be collecting in money. But the key is that while you always get the base production value, you're always going to get this. You don't lose this. Some of that trade is going elsewhere potentially. So the trade system is giving you bonus income from your production unless someone else is getting the income from your production because they have the trade power in that zone. So as an example, let's pretend that nothing upstream exists for just the sake of this explanation. I have 92% of the trade power in this node, and I'm collecting here. So if I were to take, this production, right, and this production is then converted into an amount of trade good based off of the value of this and how much of it is produced based off of the trade good, blah, 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 etc. Complicated dynamics, but the important thing is that the amount of production that I have of this good times its value gives me an amount of trade that's going to pop up in this zone. I retain 92% of that, but then 8% of it is actually being pulled forward to other people. So those people are the ones that are getting control of that. So to give another example, I have 6% control in Siam. I have 6% of the trade. I'm pulling forward 6% of the wealth that's in Siam, and that includes both the wealth that is there natively as well as the stuff that Siam has pulled from other places. So what that basically means is that 6% of the trade value of everything that they produce is just going straight forward to Malacca. And then 42% of that is being transferred here, and then 76% of that is being transferred here, maybe more, maybe less, depending on whether other people are also pushing it in the same direction. But you get the idea. So the entire world economy is kind of it's all connected. And if you have a lot of production, but you don't have a lot of trade power, then you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot because you're actually just profiting your enemies further down the line. So you want to always make sure that you keep your trade... you want to keep a lot of trade power everywhere that you are going to be producing a bunch of stuff. And the important dynamic for that is that anything that's upstream of you... anything that's downstream of you, sorry... will basically generate a little bit of trade power. So the next node on this list is Gujarat, right? There's 3 that are all doing this, but we'll focus on Gujarat for now. So Gujarat, any provincial trade power that you have here, 20% of it is then transferred directly to Coromandel as trade power in Coromandel. So, in addition to controlling this trade node, you also have to control the ones that are immediately downstream in order to actually keep complete control over an area. So you'll note that there's zero being sent to the Cape of Good Hope. The reason there's nothing being sent to the Cape of Good Hope is because this entire region, every single province in the region here, except for ones that aren't colonized, which don't cause a problem, every single one is controlled by me. So all of the trade power that's being transferred upstream is being transferred by me to my own stuff. So I'm not pulling anything forward to that direction. And that's the basic gist. That's the basic gist on production and trade. Is production generates its own revenue as well as generating trade revenue, and you can have very productive enemies who you then basically just steal all their productivity and use it for your own benefit because you have control of the trade value in the region. So, and you can do that both by controlling provinces as well as by using navies. And navies are typically the more relevant aspect because you can't really control the provincial trade. But if you're going for a big like world conquest style run where you have thousands of development, you have the ability to just say, "Oh, well, I'm going to take all of the trade power in the Cape of Good Hope and all of the trade power in Zanzibar and just completely control these nodes, and it'll be fine." So you have the ability to do that in a way that you wouldn't normally be able to do that, because typically there's going to be people that are opposing you. But it's well beyond that in this run. It is well beyond that, my friends, yes. So, we are sitting at 99 legitimacy. We are going to strengthen government. Boop. Our maximum is 90, and it would be nice to trigger court and country at around 50. Yeah, it just takes a little bit of time, and it takes like looking at and asking the right questions. Like once you've gotten to the point where you can start asking the questions that you need answered, a lot of this game is like weird mechanics that are hidden behind stuff that it's easy to forget about. So like as an example, going to my subjects tab, clicking on one of my colonial nations, I forgot how to do this. And I was looking through the UI and I was trying to figure out where I would do it because I saw someone mentioning it and I'm like, I thought that was a mechanic. Is that a mechanic? And so I have done many playthroughs since that have been colonizing playthroughs without actually utilizing that mechanic because I forgot where it is. And what that mechanic allows you to do is have your colonies attack other colonies without the overlords getting involved, which is very useful because it means that you don't have to get into a gigantic fight in Europe just to take over some dinky little province in South America or North America. So, next on the agenda, I think I'm just going to diplo-vassalize you, because it's easy to do. I can diplo-vassalize Junarg. I can diplo-vassalize a lot of this region. And if I diplo-vassalize them, I can basically take mostly complete control of this region. So let's go ahead and start the process on that question mark. Do I want to do that? We are one below our diplomatic relations slot limit, so we are going to just get these guys done. We can just give a royal marriage. We don't even need to bribe these people. So we'll be able to get these guys vassalized. The advantage of diplo-vassalizing is, and I don't think that enough conquerors really do it, is it doesn't require that you spend any investment of your time and energy, really. It just kind of happens in the background. You don't need your relations slots for anything other than vassals. So why not just diplo-vassalize a few little things, and then you can make your big vassals elsewhere? Because you don't need that many big vassals, right? At least not for the very beginning. Later on in the game, you're going to want to just have a bunch of client states. But basically, every vassal is kind of temporary until you get the ability to make a client state. So you might as well, use them. Do we have a claim here? We do not. It looks like we do have a claim on Florida. So Florida has 7,000 troops. We have 9,000. And Floride, how many does Floride have? Floride only has 3,000 troops. So I could actually just... Oh, do we have a claim on this? We probably don't, right? No, we don't have a claim here. Alright, so that's too bad. 13 colonies? The 13 colonies exist? Where the hell are they? Oh, they're all the way down here. Huh, fancy that. Do we have any... It looks like we don't really have any out-of-place stuff. We also have the better military. So... we could just send them in. Do we want to send in our little minions to go take over Florida? We might as well, right? Why not? Why not? Let's do it. So, who is this? This is Mutalai Unavakam. I am going to butcher these pronunciations, by the way. I am not good at learning new languages. Let's see. And we have almost 1,000 admin power. Let's go ahead and boost our stability, I guess. And I have so many states available now. I have 46 states available. I need to get to work. Do I want to declare war on Great Britain? Let's see. Are these guys split evenly? They are not. So let's split these evenly. And we now have a few sailors. We don't have very many, but we do have a few sailors. Let's look at Britain's stuff. Britain has 60,000 total troops, and we have a lot more than that. We actually have a lot more than that sitting right here. So do we want to make the declaration? How is our aggressive expansion? We have basically none. Aggressive expansion with Spain, a little bit, not very much, and quite a lot with Portugal. The question is it going to be enough to prevent me from just taking London? Because London is a reasonably large city, right? It's 32 development. That's... Taking London is going to be a lot of aggressive expansion, actually. The issue, actually, is that I don't have this colonization done yet. Where's my 3 ships? And I don't have the ability to get the thing. Can I ask for a map from somebody? Kiowa, you like me, right? Oh, I can steal their maps? Is there anybody who's friendly to me? Nope. I don't understand why I don't get the ability to get my own map, like get maps from my own vassals. I don't understand that at all. As soon as someone becomes your vassal, they can't share maps with you anymore. And it's a very confusing dynamic. I don't understand it at all. So I'll often have like vassals fighting in wars, and it's like, I have no idea what you're doing, and it's not possible for me to find out. If you were an independent nation, I could find out, but no such luck now. Netherlands is interesting. Do I want to declare on Britain? The other thing that I can do, if I want, is I can actually declare for one of these Irish miners and use them as a stepping stone. Do I want to do that? I don't think there's really much point in doing it that way. Let's take a look at our achievements. We need to get to the Hindustan or Bharat. That's easy enough. We need Canton and Chesapeake. I don't know where Ottawa is. I don't know anything about the layout of places. So what is this? What nation is this? There's a purple nation right here. I'm going to go find out what this nation is. So we're going to send half of my fleet along with this army. Is this the one that has the things? Which one has? So this fleet is going to be... So we have the American fleet, and we have... Where are my fleets at? So we have Bengal trade. So this is going to be the Europe fleet. Okay, so does it actually matter which one we do? It doesn't look like it matters. So American fleet is a go, and we can move them up here to handle this situation. And I'm actually just going to fabricate a claim over here. This seems like a sensible way to handle things. Let's take a look at our colonial and trade reasons. Ah, gotcha. I have a regent. I'm like, why do I have such terrible... Okay, actually, now that I think about it, let's swap that over. That's +3 per month. Okay. Sindhi separatists. That's actually a huge surprise. I wasn't expecting to see those. And... do I have a fleet over here anymore? I don't think I do. I have this fleet, but this fleet doesn't have any things. So I guess I need to make a fleet for transport over here. And I cannot do it because I don't have any sailors. So that's a problem. Okay, hold on. Where is your army anyway? Okay, 2 more years and I can annex Siena as well. Obviously, that is reliant on me actually having the power to do so, but should be fine. So we're going to move over here, and basically what we're going to do is... Who just arrived in Algarve? Someone just arrived in Algarve. Algarve is... Okay, gotcha. Algarve is another place. I'm going to do this. That's a good button to click. So by doing that, I now have an increase to the rate at which aggressive expansion expires. So it says improve relations plus 20%, and you would think that, like, increasing your relations by 20%, like, that's just the improve relations action. It's actually not. It increases the rate at which negative relations penalties go away. So relations penalties fade faster, and that includes aggressive expansion. So getting a relations improvement modifier is very big for an empire that is running around murdering people, because it turns out that when you go around murdering people all the time, for some reason, people get a little upset. Don't understand it. It seems perfectly normal behavior to me. But for some reason, when you murder everyone, people get upset. I don't know. Anyway, but they get upset. They get less upset quicker. Their upsetness goes away faster when you have better ability to, cool everyone off afterwards. This is quite a lot of people to be randomly exploring, honestly. I like how they're in the middle of a war and they just start colonizing. They're like, yeah, why not? Might as well. So... okay, so we've got... But yeah, the other thing that we do need to do is at some point we're going to need to expand over to the east, and that is a very weird color. Oh, Shun! Holy Shun! separatists. Oh my god. Oh boy. What is rebel sentiment? I don't know where that came from. Somebody causing problems for me. I don't actually know what that modifier is. I don't remember it. Oh well. Let's see. Sunday separatists are dealt with. This is only 12,000. I don't need to worry about it really. And up here we have no militias. 20,000. Yikes. This is funny. So, have you guys actually sieged down their capital yet? Oh, that's interesting. Baluchistan has entered a coalition against us. So, it looks like our peace treaty with them ended. And let's see. What else do we need to do? Jeez. Okay, so it looks like Adar is not going to deal with their rebels. So I'm just going to have to deal with them for them. They don't have a leader, so it shouldn't be a problem. This is awesome. I like this place. What the hell are you doing? Why are you going all the way there? That's a very weird way to go about this. Okay, you know what? We need to split this army in half. It was kind of fun to just watch them ramble around, but it turns out that they actually legitimately are suffering major attrition, and I need to stop. That is way too much attrition. So, how is this war going? Plus 21. So does Florida have its capital? Does it have a fort? They look like forts. Let's see. Anything else to do? So these guys are going to putter around instead of just wiping out the enemy army like they should be. And it's fine. The AI is so bad at warfare, it's ridiculous. So everything goes very slow when the AI is involved. Okay, so these guys can actually just wipe them out, so we're going to go ahead and have them do that. So this is Marakata Tupu. Oh, do they have a truce with these guys? No? Did I click on the wrong place? Maybe they just got it? So Malwa just entered the coalition again. Nice. Alright, let's see. Pasai, how long do we have a truce with you? 2 more years. No. 4 more years. 4 more years, friends. And it's gonna be... Stop my relations improvement. We're very close to the point where we can annex them, so we're all set. And we can fabricate a claim on Manhattan. That way we can just go in on them. So this is Lenape. They are allied with the Huron, Abenaki, and the Mahican. This is Ottawa, which is not one of those. This is Susquehannock, which is also not one of those. The Mahican is... Oh! Perfect. Okay, so we can now secure full control over the Americas for our nice little vassal here. Just by doing the things. So royal marriage offer from Idar. Let's get that going, because why the hell not? And if we declare war on Mahican directly, then everyone is added. So that means that we need... These guys are allied with Mahican and Ottawa. Can I get everybody at once? No. If I declare war on you, I can't. I guess if I declare war on you and set everyone as co-belligerent, then I lose out on Ottawa. So Ottawa is 11 development. You have 5. So that means that we're best off not going with Lenape because I don't need Huron. Huron, I think, is far away. So, and this will also reduce the number of people I'm calling in. So we're not setting up. Are we going to move? So I need to declare war on one of these two. Unfortunately, I don't have a core, or sorry, I don't have a claim on them. I mean, I could just take these provinces anyway, or I could just not take literally everything, but that would be silly. So what we're going to do is we're going to start fabricating a claim on the Mahika. We have 40,000 troops here. That should be plenty to deal with this situation over here. And we are all set. Wait, did I stop you guys from wandering? Yes, I did. So, continue your search for the 7 cities of gold. It's totally going to happen. There's tons of gold in the northeast of the Americas. It's just all over it. So much gold, you guys. So much gold. Let's see. Admin power sounds delicious. What am I going to do with that admin power? That's questionable. I could use some to reduce my inflation right now. And unfortunately, my colonial nation is so bad at warfare that they managed to actually get themselves smacked around by an army that's half their size. Good job, please. Good job, peeps. So, what do I want to do about this? So we now need a boatload of money, and that's it in order to get global trade embraced. Let's take a look, actually, at the institutions. It looks like Britain has actually already embraced it. It looks like a few places have already embraced global trade. That's pretty fast, considering that I founded it all the way over in Asia. Let's see. I can store another little bit. Unfortunately, I'm not coring anything right now because I don't really need to take anything for myself. Everything I'm doing, I'm just giving to vassals. So we're not doing things quite as efficiently as we should be, actually. What do I want to spend this admin power on? I can spend a little bit of it. I'm just going to get rid of my inflation. This is going to be a pretty sizable amount of extra money in the bank. And I should have consolidated my loans, actually. It's okay, though. Cuban separatists? In Newfoundland? Okay. Oh, shit. I am a dope. Okay, before I build this palace, let's hit strengthen government. I don't actually care. Free trade. Let's do it. How are you having separatists? Congo, what the hell what is going on with you? You have separatists? Oh, we're back to 99 again. I'm just going to keep pumping this. Let's see here. How does Congo have separatists? How much money are you in debt, Congo? Is Congo just like going bankrupt over here for no reason? Yes! I knew it. Vassals just do the weirdest shit sometimes. And so every now and then you'll just look at a vassal and be like, what are you doing? What is going on over here? And then it turns out that they have just been spiraling into debt. They haven't been to war in like decades. They've just been sitting around doing nothing, and yet they're somehow so far in debt that they're like at legitimate risk of going bankrupt. Okay, so did this war just end? What just happened? It's like, luckily we are still winning. It's just we're not winning nearly as quickly as we really should be. Let's see. Now, if I wanted to, I could just get national sovereignty early. It's really expensive. Oh, never mind. This increases our innovativeness. I'm hella on board with that. So, if I get a military idea group now, then I have to deal with the fact that I'm going to be trying to get military ideas while simultaneously doing other things. I think I'm actually going to get humanist ideas because this gives me a bunch of bonuses to my ability to conquer people as well as a lot of other bonuses. It's very nice. So the alternative is to get something like economic. I don't think I want economic. I think I want humanist. Humanist basically just allows you to never worry about rebels in your own territory ever again and go around willy-nilly doing stuff. That's the wrong place. Wrong continent. The other thing that I forgot about is that I need to look at my... It's politicals. This should be it. Is it? There it is. I'm just a crazy person who can't see. So, what we can do is actually, if we want to get rid of some of these, yeah, let's do this. So we're going to get rid of the Marathas, and then we're going to reduce our thinger here. We're going to get rid of the Vaishyas. Get rid of the Brahmins. So basically, we're going to have a little bit of unrest for a while in some of these provinces. But the advantage that we are gaining is that we're just accumulating a bunch of local autonomy. Or sorry, not local autonomy. We're accumulating a bunch of absolutism that we can translate into reduced costs for basically everything. Do we have any other provinces that we've taken somewhat recently? Yes. So we can just reduce the autonomy here. We don't even need to do anything to accomplish it. Same here. Same here. So this has high autonomy despite the fact that we conquered it from our vassal. That is a lot. That is a lot of development that we were able to do that on. So anything else? It's below 10. I think all of these things are below 10 now because I did it while I was at war and then I forgot that I had done it. So that's too bad. Boop. Do we want to take this away from the Jains? The poor Jains. So this will put them to the point where they will rebel if I take another one from them. So I can't take another one from them. I can take more from the Jains, though. Da, da, da. Okay. Not too bad. So, let's take a look at our absolutism now. So we're up to 27 now. That's not too bad. I should have done that earlier. Should have done that considerably earlier. Anything else that I can reduce? I can reduce my autonomy over on these places, can't I? Nope, because I recently increased it. That's too bad. Yeah, I think my autonomy on these places is going to be 2. This is randomly super high. And let's see. Anything else? Might as well. So we're lowering the autonomy there. We're going to lower the autonomy everywhere here if we can. Looks like we already increased it, so we can lower it here. That's 14 development. That's 0.7. It's so good. It's a lot. This is a lot of absolutism. So we're already up to 28 absolutism. 1.4% thinger isn't too bad either. So do I want to just give something to the Marathas to... Absolutely. Hey guys, no, don't worry. You're not losing your power. Don't worry. Everything is fine. I am certainly not centralizing all power into the central government at all. I don't know where you got that idea. It's a little... I'm not going to lie. It's a little crazy. I think that you guys are weird and you have strange ideas. And look, I'm like asking for your approval. I should have done that after I had done this, but that's fine. It's all good. Where are you at? Where are you at, province? Yes. No autonomy for you. Okay. 31 absolutism. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. So that's 12.5% admin efficiency already. And we have only just begun. Yes, yes, yes. So, what am I going to do? I think we're set for now. Do I want to do anything else immediately? Probably not. So, you guys, for whatever reason, let's go back to these guys again, because... Why do they not have a casus belli? I don't understand this at all. They have a casus belli. There's no reason that we couldn't do this without declaring war ourselves, but apparently we have to declare war ourselves. So I guess we'll do that. Why not? Let's see. Do we have anything else that we need to do? We might need to... No, we need to start annexing another vassal, probably. How long do we have on you? We have... We only have a couple of months before we need to do that, so... And we have you, who we have not increased our relations with basically at all. You are not... Oh, you're already my vassal. Wait, what? So that means that I need another vassal somewhere. Do I want to just do another European vassal? Mantua, are you too big now? Mantua's too big now. Oh no, Ferrara. Okay, Mantua and Venice are both trying to eat them, so good luck with that. So Montferrat is willing to become our vassal, but we can't actually easily integrate them. Provence is an elector, which causes some slight difficulties for us. So we might not be able to do another European nation right now, because I think that all the others are going to be too far away. It looks like all the minor nations over here got eaten right as I was trying to come in to do my business. That's too bad. Oh well. Do I need another vassal anywhere else? I guess I could. I was thinking about integrating Congo, and what I could do is I could get Kasanje, but getting Kasanje as a vassal doesn't help me that much. Can I get you as a vassal? Who can I get as a vassal? Friends, countrymen. Lend me your everything. These guys have a neutral attitude towards me that's a -20, so they should, I think, be... If they're friendly toward me, does that give me... Yes, I should get a +10 in addition to losing a -20. So Hormuz has eaten most of Oman at this point. Do I want to... I don't want to annex them. I want them permanent. I just want them to be better at it. So they're still allied with the Ottomans. Hormuz is a problem for me. Hadramat. It's too far away. Too far away. So, how big was Ajuran at one point? Ajuran was huge. Okay, Ajuran, I choose you. So we're going to go ahead and improve our opinion with them, because they need to be our next vassal, because we're going to take control of the entire Horn of Africa with just them. And it's going to be great. And we even have an army over here for it. What we don't have is a navy, but that's fine. These separatists are going to spawn, that's fine. God damn it, just lost admin power. It's unacceptable. Truce with Oman has ended. Do I want to build an army? I'm going to delete this. So, I'm going to basically build 12 cannons and... Do I want 10 of these? I think I do. This gives me an army of 26, which I think is a reasonable size for an army. That's a good balance. How much does that cost me? 28 maintenance? Oh, shit, that's a third of my current income. So I'm probably not going to actually invest into that until I'm actually have some need for it. Because right now I don't have any real need for any of that kind of nonsense. So we still have a few years before you are off the hook. And we have a little bit left to go for you. We're about to finish integrating our vassal. Do we have any rivals? Are you still a rival? Oh, actually, we can fit 2 rivals on here. I can put Spain as a rival again. That's great. That's great. I'm going to go ahead and set Spain as a rival. I'm going to send them a diplomatic insult, because fuck these guys. Let's see. Scornful insult. Give me that. +1 to all my stuff. I should have read the insult. I like the scornful insult because the scornful insult gives you a like little message of what you sent to them. This is very cheap. Come on, guys. Are you kidding me? Okay, we're going to cancel our autonomous suppression of rebels because they refuse to walk over and kill these rebels, even though they have twice as many troops. Ridiculous. So, or maybe they're just slow to respond, but whatever. Either way, I can't really afford to just leave them. I'm going to set up, not this one. Actually, yes, this one, because he's completely useless. So unfortunately, we just got an extra 10 years of separatism, which sucks. Oh, I thought that I sent a better general with these guys. Apparently, I sent the crappiest general I have. Whoops. Whoopsies. So now they have no general. So now they have no general, and my other army has a crappy general, because that's how I like to work. Okay, so we now have a bunch of states that we have just obtained. We can basically integrate all of these states if we want. This is a good state to integrate. This is a very good state to integrate. And this is eventually going to be a good state to integrate, but not yet. Right now we can do this. And that's it for now. So these provinces, though, now start out with a floor of, with a amount of 60. So since they start out with all this autonomy, we just go in and we lower the autonomy on all of these provinces and gives ourselves a bunch of stuff. Look at that. Mm-hmm. Da, da, da. And that's a wrap on that. Okay, how are we doing in terms of total number of states? We only have 38 states, so we have plenty of space to add some more, which is good. Let's see here. It is now July, which means that we can annex Siena. Weirdly enough, if I wanted to, I could do some strange business over here. So basically, one of the things that I could do with Siena if I wanted is annex them, which cost me 100 Diplo power, and then turn around and give that back so that I can reconquest, because I can give it not to them, but give it to Lucca, because it's a core of Lucca's. And then I could actually reconquest into Genoa and take like 40 development, because I don't really have a lot to do with this extra thinger. It's just a matter of whether it's worth it to actually have a bunch more stuff over in Europe, which I probably don't need. I probably don't need to expand that much in Europe over there, so I'm probably just going to take it and call it a day for now. Though it would be a little bit valuable. I think I'll just wait until I have imperialism and then just go ham. So, we now have... Okay, so we need to be acquiring admin power now. So, if we want to form Bharat, we have to get a little bit further into here. So we need to start building a spy network with the Timurids. We need some claims there. And at some point, we'll be able to just go in on them. Basically, we're just going to wait until the Muslims have forgotten about us. It's fine. Who cares? We don't need... Oh no! We lost 20 prestige. So we're going to start another debate. And this is a good debate because this means that we can do things like allow use of crown lands again if we want, or, more importantly, there's things where we can grant local autonomy, and grant local autonomy, and grant local autonomy. I also have a lot of allow use of crown lands, but honestly, I've spent so much military power now that I should probably start stockpiling to get the carbine. This is an increase to combat width. Gives me a new cannon, which is actually not that amazing. But no, I get new infantry and cannons. It's definitely worth it to wait until I can get Carbine. Alright, so what does that mean? We're now at 37. 37 Absolutism. We have a cap that's pretty high right now. What are we doing? We need... okay, there we go. We need the autonomy map, but we don't need it quite yet because I saw that 20. Where was that 20? There it is. And nicely, it's one of the places that we hadn't increased unrest earlier. So, economic autonomy. So, unfortunately, a lot of this is going to be stuff that has the people, but not all of it. Okay, I like this. I apparently wasn't paying enough attention because that's something that I could have clicked on earlier and didn't. Have another one of these. Can't do this because of the autonomy changes that we've already done. Okay, well, we're all set. So, the other thing that I need is I'm going to go ahead and build up my transport fleet. Never mind, I'm not. You know what? I think that the European fleet is not actually needed in Europe right now. We can bring it back to Asia and bring our troops home. So, that's going to be a thing. And yeah, this little nation here isn't that relevant right now, but I think later on I'm just going to be building off of it. I'm not going to worry about it. I don't really want to do the thing. It looks like Florida just lost a fight, which is good. But basically, I don't want to integrate these guys because I don't want this territory for myself. I want to just expand in here with a vassal. But at the same time, I'm kind of lazy and I don't want to fight through the Ottomans. So once I get imperialism, I can just start conquering these guys willy-nilly and not have to worry about it. But I've been inefficient. I should have already taken control of most of this zone by now, and I haven't because I'm dumb. In terms of how to give vassals lands, there's two ways. So when you're in a war, which I can't actually show you right now because I'm not in a war, but when you're in a war, there will be a button that allows you to transfer the occupation to your vassal. So if you want to give it to them as part of a peace deal, you transfer the occupation to them, and then you demand that province. Whoever controls the province is the entity that gets the province in the peace deal. And the other way to give them provinces, if you want to just give it to them when you have it, is you just go over to the thing over here, and I can't do it with you. Yes, I can. So you just click on Grant Province. So you go to Subjects and then Grant Province once you've clicked on the specific subject. And we just got a Casus Belli on somebody. On you. Look at that. Okay, so we do not have a Casus Belli. There we go. Now we have a Casus Belli. You guys are... You know what? They're actually heading toward a province right now that is fine because it may or may not have enemy troops. So we are going to set Lenape and Susquehannock as co-belligerents and say Yahoo, because now we have war. Ooh. Interesting. Higher up. It's almost certainly a DLC then, yeah. There's a lot of stuff that's DLC because the game came out so long ago that a lot of the current mechanics are just so new, right? Some of it's really new and some of it's really old, but it was added in a DLC like a million years ago. So the one nice thing about playing without the DLCs is that the game gets more complicated as you keep adding more DLCs, right? Like the DLCs add new mechanics, and each new mechanic that you add is more stuff that you have to keep track of. It's more stuff that the AI is going to be potentially doing to you. It's more stuff that you have the potential to do. And so the game gets more complicated as you add in more stuff. But it's nice. I like all the DLCs. Even the stuff that people usually don't like, I actually like for the most part. Most of the changes that have been made to the game, I actually just really enjoy. I'm having difficulty thinking of something that they've changed or added that I didn't actually like, or that I wish that they hadn't added, and I just can't think of anything like that. So we actually have Vision over here. Oh shit, that's a lot of troops. I was not expecting an army that size. A rank 3 military... rank 3 military, that would be fine. Rank 13 military is too big to comfortably do that, so we're going to go ahead and bring these guys back over here. We're going to siege down their capital. And who knows, maybe they'll split up and I'll just be able to wipe some people out. It looks like these guys are actually going to where I'm going, so that would be convenient. I'm going to arrive on the 4th, so... So Mingan is self-sustaining now. And anything else that I want to do? Yeah, I guess I'm just going to keep filling out South America because... why don't I have a colonist? So I'm going to recall these people. Okay, recall these people. And do I actually just want to fill this out instead? I think I want to fill in the coast here, actually. By filling out the coast of South America, I basically prevent people like the Portuguese from actually recovering. They're not going to be able to start building more troops again because... Or sorry, start building more thingers because they can't actually reach the provinces anymore. So... It's interesting though. I think that if you play as India, I've always felt like when you're playing as places like Malacca, you don't change the nature of the game. You do change it changes your play style. The way that you play changes dramatically when you play as an Asian nation. But if you play as an East Asian nation, it doesn't change like world history that much. The Europeans still do the European things, and everything behaves relatively normally. But this strategy where I've taken control of all of South Africa myself to prevent the Europeans from getting there has, in all honesty, completely changed the entire game. Like, the entire history of the world has changed. The Europeans still, to this day, have not actually gotten anywhere near Asia. The closest thing we have is we have one province controlled by the Ottomans in, like, Eastern Africa, and that's the closest thing. Which is crazy. They can buy their own steeds. They're supposed to be rich, right? Okay, so... How are we doing here? Florida only has a minus 19. Which is kind of... sad. So, I keep giving Yas all of this, like, free monarch points. What are they even doing with them? Oh, hello, we made it. You guys need to get your shit together. Okay, so are all of them just going to stand in one province? Because, I mean, I'm fine with that. If you guys want to just all stand in one province and eat all of the attrition in existence, you guys have fun with that, but doesn't seem like a great strategy to me. Okay. So we've taken control of Manhattan. We'll wipe out this fleet. Okay, so they are actually re-sieging something that isn't terribly relevant to my interests. Can I have you? Yes, I can. Hello.
Shall we stack a book?
Sure. Just give me 1 second to finish this. We're going to carpet siege over here because I can just have these guys concede the territory to me rather than having to like do the manual annexation type stuff. So we're going to do that, and that's going to be great. But I think we can do that if we just get this sieged. So that will be good. We got this all set, and we have a rebel uprising in Pegu because we reduced our autonomy everywhere. And I still don't have any colonists to send. Okay. And how's Pegu doing? We do not have anybody doing this, so let's start this up. How many rebels is this? Is 37,000 rebels? Oh my god. I needed to have paid more attention. Oh boy, that is a lot of separatists. Mistakes were made. So what do I want to do about that? Huh. That's pretty spicy. That was a little bit too much autonomy reduction, it turns out. Some slight mistakes were made. And is there a way that I'm going to deal with this? There's a 15% chance of them spawning every month. So that's, they're still only at minus 18%. That's ridiculous. All right, so you guys, how you feeling about? Yep, that's it. So we're gonna have them do this. That costs us no additional anything, and we're all set. Okay. It looks to me like they must have some territory that I can't get this way, but that's fine. We'll just do this peace deal to call that. And what? Okay. That was concerning. We have Ottawa, who we might actually be able to do the same thing to. Yes, and it doesn't even cost us anything. Great. All right, so we're going to have Ottawa concede as well. And who else is left? I guess, can I have you concede this? Yes, I can. Okay, so all of these, because of the fact that they're migratory, we can just have them concede the territory as opposed to the normal thing. And so there we go. Done. Only 13% unrest over here, no problem. So we can now have this army prepare itself for the gigantic swarms of rebels that are about to spawn. I'm actually going to do it like this. I think that's the easiest strategy. So we've now taken control of most of the Eastern American region. We did not do what we would like to do, which is start annexing you. So let's do that. So we're annexing our vassal, and we actually could get some extra trade range, colonial range, stuff like that, but we don't actually need it yet. So do I want these guys to hunt for the 7 cities? I'm going to split this army in half. Half of them hunt the 7 cities, and the other half is going to help out with rebels. All right, there we go. So we've now taken control of this huge swath of territory, and that is going to be pretty nice for us. After this is all taken, we should easily be able, especially because like Florida is gonna have basically the same thing happen to it. Where is the capital of Florida anyway? Oh, Florida is actually a lot bigger than I thought it was. They legitimately have most of Florida in Florida. I just forgot. Oh my god, look at all this too. Why are they so weak? Why do they have such a weak army if they're that big? Huh. Well, at any rate, we're going to go ahead and end things here for today because we are going to be making some dinner and eating some tasty food. So thank you everyone for watching. It has been a pleasure streaming for you today. This has been sort of like a run to try and figure out, like as you proceed into the sort of mid to late game, what happens when you play as sort of an Indian nation and you actually take control of the African trade company regions. And it turns out it's actually really valuable. Taking control of this region completely changes the dynamic of the game. And if you do it, then you have the ability to basically shut down the Europeans. The Ottomans are still expanding, they're still growing, they're still doing all their business. But by the time I have to deal with the Ottoman Empire, I will have control over all of Western Europe, in addition to everything that I already have. And once I have control of all of Western Europe, we're talking about me controlling all of the endpoints of trade in the entire game. So I really feel like this is a pretty strong start. There are serious problems in the sense that you have to deal with the corruption mechanic a lot faster in your run and for longer in your run, because once you get into Asia most of the time, you just take complete control of all this stuff and you don't have to ever worry about having too many states or anything like that. But when you're playing as an Asian nation, you can't actually set these as trade companies. It really changes the dynamic there. Hopefully that's improved with the next patch. But that is going to be it for today, so thank you for watching. It has been a pleasure streaming for today, and I hope to see y'all again next time, where there will be more murder, and we will finally go after Britain. Fingers crossed.